to get your information. To the spoon to be part of section. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon revelation. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you ain't know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat keep on regular, my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, TV. Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon entertainment.
Bent on with the spoon, and your boy right at the south end. Projects on the wheel.
To get your information. To the spoon to be part of section. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon revelation. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you ain't know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat keep on regular, my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's what you got to It's what you got to
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
to get your information. To the food to be my spoon, 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 television. Spoon, 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 Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat a pan, regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes,
I did the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the food to be my spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
It's another beautiful day.
Tell you what is happening in Liberia.
The 4th day of March 2025
Happening in Morovia.
on the Tuesday evening or afternoon, depending on where you are.
In Africa.
I'd like to welcome everyone
Just to spoon.
to Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online.
The children cry.
This is the Spoon Talk.
Just to
We are back on your radio or on your TV.
get a news up.
Thanks to all of you across the world for joining us. Spoon Talk is that place where
In Morovia,
you get the updates, the analysis,
politicians.
the critical view,
That decision just to
or let's say diverse views on the trending national issues every single day.
ministry to spoon.
On this platform, every single Liberian get to have a voice. You get to express yourselves, engage with the policymakers, Tell your leaders what the issues are. What is it you want them to do? What are the issues that are of concern to you? And you get to share your thoughts. A whole community in the comment section as well, where you can agree and disagree with the very people setting the agenda on the show. This is the beauty of Spoon Talk, providing the space for every single Liberian to have a voice. I'd like to welcome you tonight. It's going to be another great edition of the program, Spoon Talk. And I say, I tell you, you don't want to miss this edition of the show for anything. Get close to your radio, put your television on, grab a cup of coffee, maybe some popcorn, and just watch the show for the next 3-4 hours or so. It's gonna be very engaging tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. We're live across the Spoon Network tonight. As always, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. Many thanks to our affiliate radio stations, our partners across the country that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM all the way there in Bon County. Trend Radio is in Grand Crew. Radio Yalaman is in Seclepied, Nimba County. And a host of other radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show. We want to appreciate the many of you joining us online as well. We're live across the internet on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV, Super TV. If you're on YouTube, you can catch us on Spoon Talk Live. And I want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight on this informative edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Kindly share the program as you join us tonight. I see a lot of you joining in already. Frank Bishop Quia, Otello Swa, Ma Janet Son, Janet Willem, Tipples Dempster. I see Yakin Zulu Barkley, and the many of you joining us tonight. We appreciate all of you for coming on.
You want to get a news update, my brother?
So let's hope we can have a great show tonight. Please share the show across your different social media handles. Michael Topa, J. Tarmi Kakula, Maclean, Moses Masakwe, and all of you joining us tonight. We appreciate you. So we're gonna go to the phone lines and hear from you as we always do. We're gonna go to the phone lines and take your calls tonight and hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about? Just whatever that is of concern to you. As always, the first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you, our ardent followers, so we get to hear you. We hear your views on the different issues here every night. So we'll take your calls, and then thereafter we move on to hand controls over to the CEO and the rest of the team once they come on. But a whole lot has been happening across the country today, and you will get all of the details once the CEO and the rest of the team come on tonight. You're gonna get all the details surrounding the different happenings across the country. But I'd like to say welcome. Thanks for joining Spoon tonight. And I'm Nelson Collier. Please share the show. Let me put the WhatsApp up in case you want to call via WhatsApp. Maybe you're in the diaspora. You want to share your thoughts as well on some of those different issues of concerns. You can do just that tonight by just calling us on the WhatsApp number that I'm going to pull up here, and you'll be live on the program tonight. So let's go ahead and take your calls. What is it you want to talk about? What's on your mind? Let's start the show from there as always, and we're going to take your calls now. 0555 101075 is the number to call. 0555 101075. 75 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. Let's go to the phone lines 0555 You can also call us via WhatsApp tonight, and you'll be live on the program. This is Spoon Talk. We are live across the Spoon Network. Let's take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, hello, how you doing?
Yes, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
This is John Farah calling from Albert.
Mr. Fala, what's on your mind?
What is on my mind is concerning the motorcyclists. We are appealing to this government to help us. This is the only way we can survive. They are saying that we must go to school. Can a hungry man get to work? How you go to school? No school fee, nothing. And what they did, if they are not wanting to continue running on the ministry, they should not collect the money from all, but they allow all went and register in show the money truck were paying to their process that what we pay.
Okay.
But then now they're stopping on that woman not wrong. Yeah, everybody going out there to give me 1,000. It's very hard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person. 0555 there seems to be an issue with this WhatsApp. We'll try to sort that out. But let's take more of a course. This person here, again, this WhatsApp has a little bit of issue. Let's see if we can make the necessary adjustments, and then we are going to get the rest of it coming on. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Again, we lost that caller, but keep your calls coming to 0555 and you'll be live on the program tonight. 0555 is the number to call. Hello. Wow, we keep losing the calls from that line. We lost that caller, but we'll keep taking your calls. Let me try to activate another number here for you. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Eric Ray, and I call from the Marshall Bell this evening.
Eric, what's on your mind?
Yeah, brother, what is on my mind just about the motorcycle issue? You know, we told the government from the other states that you can't take money from rather than you stopping them from going in the heart of the city. Why will you take money for the insurance fee, for the helmet, and then you go about stopping the guys, or the guys that are violent, we know that they can be violent sometimes. The government needs to find means to at least stable their situation. Because, brother, I'm going to tell you the truth. This situation is making our brother uncomfortable and making the community vulnerable. Because we're going to get the armed robbery going on again. One of the guys that who on the back, they were doing a whole lot of things, but the back around, they're controlling the share on the back. But once the back now around to provide that money, they're going to go on the one page. So I appealing to the government that is increasing how they can, stable the guys' situation. We beg you, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Another caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. So good for nice money and do community.
Okay, Seku.
Nancy, let me say, President Boka have win my result yesterday again. By also cultural government official, they're not to worry about 20% now. Why you work today, that you will harvest tomorrow. And also, we awake on the cases like the 3 messy boys, the 8 auditors, and the all of the dev thing that have been doing the past government. People, that's what they voted them for, because Kente Lama people voted President Boka for them to get justice to Kente. The Peter Cooper to get justice. The battle news were the all guys to get a justice. So President Boka, kudos to you, thumbs up to you. So do the P1 will for you. all the thing what we promise, so we not put there, you not get money to we put there for integrated, and you going by people that say that they all get it, that the investigated. They never been to court. That gave mind. Or the police people just put their team together and say they see no fair play. So as one will go, they go kill the police. They can't say the people will be perfect. Girlfriend, they have to say no hotel here, or they can go no private play except they can't. They be doing the affair in a car. They say or prison that they say that one down for tuberculosis. So President Baka, thank you. We put you there. You do it. Although we don't, I mean, they want you lie about you. You can't listen to the people. So they want to tell you. Just do what we tell you. If I appreciate the people will appreciate you. So thank you. Anyone you do for not the judgment day, they do barrier, but they will never appreciate you. So thank you. Thank you for affording me that day evening.
Well, thanks a lot for your input. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. Hello, the name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
I'm Daniel P from 540 Congo Town.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, one of my mind this evening is that those experts that have come from America, who has come to see about the incident that took place at the Capitol. So I don't know, since they have come and investigation be going on, and other people are in jail. I don't know how far they are going to start. They are going to start before the police director, where the director start, they're going to start from, or where they're supposed to start, and they're the director supposed to start from. I don't know where are they going to start from, because other people are in jail. Other people are being accused. Other people have been suffering in that place there. Now, if the fight expect that what America saying then, or the king on their own, what are the government saying for them? I don't know how that thing going to be like. So in case they come and they give different things that happen, they say, oh, this area was burned by identical fault. So then what going to be the next thing? Then
okay.
How are they going to?
Thank you. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening, Nelson.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, my new experience today, come on, new house, really remember before.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm appealing to the president, at least, but with the motorcycle, we ought to buy the plate and rest our motorbike with the plate and run all over. But now you already caught up plan now. No way to generate funds. I did motorcycle more than 3,000 more in Liberia running traffic. So if the president can help in me, I appeal to the president, the president, to please help with the motorcycle will pop, that's our motorbike 24 hours for the plate. We ought to pay for the video supply like you say court. I didn't want to generate our phone, we ought to pay on the development on the arrest again. So I'm appealing to the president to let him hear with the motorcycle. I'm appealing to the president.
Thank you.
Let him help in the process.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello. Yes, you are live. Let's hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the president, but I want to say that to him. You must please help our motorcycle to go down the street. Please. Thank you for the show. God bless you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, the discussion about the motorcyclists, where the other people saying the lion to go on the street. I said, we're speaking to you, a motorbike man. Yeah, why the community running we can't be doing until the motorbike be flying in the town?
So you think?
And I see anything to be saying inside the alliance that to go in the town to go back. That will be running the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live tonight. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Daniel on the line.
Oh, but Daniel, you are just on the line. Let's give others the time. You
Let me
went
just
off.
conclude. So what they are doing now is thing that the government is supposed to start first. That's what they're doing at last now. They should bring the fire expert, then the fire expert will tell them why were they burn the area. But they are going ahead and tell the people why burn the area because other people have been arrested and they are in jail. So when the fire expert comes, you think the fire expert want to leave the statement of the government and start to do different things?
Thank you.
Let's go we hear that one of them is Boga's best friend.
I mean, I want that rumor there. You not get fast to that one. So let hold you there. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Sandra.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, it's Robert Cowboy, and I'm from Weaver community. I want to use this medium to call on certain Waterspoon, original countrymen, to see the means to help young people, more especially our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
You're live, sir. You want to put a little bit of energy in your voice? Let's hear you.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. You're live. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Gabe. I'm calling from the Bourgeois Island.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, my brother, I hear a lot of struggling calling on the show that the president should help them to run a bar in the city while all of people there say every Monday they will go and protest. And who will listen to? Who listen to the people that are going to protest or who listen to the people that are appealing?
Okay.
So they are confusing you now. I mean that they are not together.
Okay. Thank you.
All of people are appealing, all of them want to protest every Monday. So I don't know where are we. So we come together, we are best to handle that issue.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your input. Let's hold you there. We're going to take like 5 more calls and then we'll wrap up with the call in segment. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Malapu Gizi from Bagidi.
Malapu, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Let them get the chance. Can take action on the people that are talking for.
Who's the man?
Who's the man? Because Mr. Boga want for people to know what happened in Liberia concerning about this dating. Then he there talking about
who man? Yeah. Hello. Too bad we lost her. Okay, I think she's still on the line. Hello. Can you hear me? We really want to hear you out, but your line is not good. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're live. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jeremiah, and I'm joining from 15 to start looking down.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern then don't get to the Capitol Hill issue. I don't know the people that came to help at the government. I don't know where they will start from, whether they will start from all those because we have people that are in possession, okay, and also the people the security president our son. You know, at that general area, whether they will start from or they will start from those maybe that are there, you know, that people are there, you know, or project to they say, oh, they don't want involved, whether they don't or to get it, you know, this like what investigation, I don't really know. And quickly to drop the land now, all concern them to the what they put that can collect, you know, or money that they transfer to young people. We don't got one area like me on the me come down where to maybe to see when diamond grab you. But if we go to the we can go river G Grand Tour, and you can collect huge amount of money by any day when diamond grab you, you to come to your house and risk it.
So what you want the parking station people to face play where people can sleep when you come from out of town?
Like, what I'm trying to say, like maybe maybe you come from maybe place like River G or Grand Tour, and then you come in and you know maybe diamond grab you to realize. And you know you actually in the car or you'll be forced maybe to go to your house. And you know, but go to Africa. You got everybody people. When you enter there as a manager, you go to motel, you can just sleep on you know, you have to get a flow matter on. You buy a mat and put it down, you spray it. You go there and be money you. But all the things are not happening like I don't know where it's going, you're doing about it.
Okay. All right.
Well, thank you very much for me the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075. Hello.
Good evening, Nancy Colin.
Yes, sir. Good evening. You're live.
Thank you. My name is Josiah Smith from the Commodore Island, Commodore called 540.
Go ahead.
Just like this, quickly, So His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Boakai just in the cabinet meeting. The word he used, he was straight to the point. When you believe or when you think you are official of this government that were appointed by him, you are in 2029 elections and what had resigned. Think about that. It was straight to the point because these are things that have caused our country not going foul. They will do the first thing to be real, the real thing be false. Because the quick impact projects and things will be blaspheming. Like, for example, our former government, former finance minister, who was saying brother at the time, there's a number of things where coroner reached, telling as for the articles. Then they clap it, they're not even telling it. So, Mr. President, by that statement, you told your leader to serve. Don't think about 2029. Think about the next generation. Let's build Liberia together. Even when you leave, you don't even return. You don't even come back, the unit party. The next government, at least a sector that will be built that the next government will not be thinking about. Either the energy or the agriculture. It will build two of these sectors where when the next government can be thinking about improving and moving on another sectors, it will be fine. And quickly drop the line. They want to help panel call Mr. Moses Akara Gray, where have become regular panelists on this spoon talk. Where said when they win for the second round, they're going to close spoon, they're going to bring spoon, spoon are not going to exist.
Thank you.
These are people when they sit on the panel, when they're talking, you hear it, they're talking, they acting like they don't say the real law Liberia.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Let's hold you there and take the final two callers, and then we'll be off. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Captain. How are you, Baba?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, this is your man, Adama Kane. Nana joining from Twala.
Oh, Adama, it's good to have you on.
Yeah, and that's the only thing me I can call. Me and of offended politics. Nana, the only thing I always call Nessie and happy to see you on the land. That's why I'm talking to see you, like empower me. The country the way looking at the 5 months and Nessie. I beg you, tell the critical and empower me for party.
They might empower you for the fast. You want
party? They want open black fire to him at town. Nessie. The only way I can be independent. Nessie.
Okay.
And again, nothing. My daughter is going to school. We never daughter school. We now all call the school. That's why I told that already seeing on the scene show. Nessie. We never daughter. But when they say don't get a man's place. But teaching how to fishing, I beg you nothing. I beg you one up for you when see you can't say Adama. Maybe see you say you can't do me for black. I beg you nothing.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input, sir. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, name Chad. Yeah, calling from Fenno.
Okay.
Yeah, motorcycle business. You know, some people they not love their motorcycle and they will call and say all kind of things because you that depend on motorboat, no job in a country.
Let me bring that
depending on motorboat, see their children to go to school.
Okay.
Some people, it's not in their interest. They almost they behaving like doctor because doctor afraid of medicine, and when they give it injection, they will give it in a way that you for you to be well. But when they're sick, they will not take it. That they are like rebel looking, they don't care about one another. What happens? Few people kill, they do it, and everybody must be included. All of that their children going to school, they depending on this motorboat. How they rather want for all of people to live, and they will call and say all kinds of things about motorcycle. And everybody on the street, they're rude. They got intelligent people. They got people who get master degree because of no job. They forcing themselves to look for daily bread. So Liberia people, you all got to think the other way too.
Thank you.
Also think the other way. Now everybody on serious on the street, everybody rude. They got rude people there and they got also good people there.
Thank you.
They are supporting their children through this motorball. So Liberia people, we got to feel for one another. Y'all shouldn't come because you're not riding motorball. Then you're just come to say, hey, y'all say you're riding it, but you're not riding it.
Thank you.
Just for other people who will fee for the motorcycle for them to say, yeah, that's also a thing.
Let's hold you there. Let's hold you there. Thanks a lot for your input tonight. Dr. Richardson, good evening to you, and it's good to see you. I was trying to ask if that was put green, but anyway.
What did you say? That was what?
I was trying to ask if it was potato greens or yeah.
Yeah, so you are supposed to ask. It was actually potato greens, but I think my potato greens are a little different from our COO.
Now
Yeah.
so but how you only be looking water can be in your own no?
I won't get putting extra zigo. We got no ingredient called zigo in it. Yeah.
You talking about a potato green?
Yeah, but that Richardson, Zigo, that a seasoning, one of the seasoning you guys. I can share with you if you want me to. I can share you Zigo. Zigo all season.
Nobody
wow.
Zigo that you don't know.
Yeah, Zigo all season.
Somebody asking if in the supermarket whether they can go in.
We can share with them. If once you put that thing in your food, you in real Zico. You on fire. Yeah.
Wow.
Zico is very nice. Yeah.
Naturally the way I am, I like the way I am.
Richardson, I got a question for you. I want to welcome all of you first. Thank you for joining Spoon. Today, the voices of Lawalazu. That is from Lofa. Lawalazu. We want to welcome you, Lawalazu. Thank you for relaying. I believe you are. My friend Sensi Kamara, thank you for following us. I don't know where you're joining us from. Miguel Scott, yes, sir. Thank you as always. Brian Yima, how you doing, my friend? Toa Boma, as always. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we will be speaking to the lawyer that represented, or he is representing, Senator Emmanuel Nukwe. The senator got into the legal issue here in America, and Dr. Richardson, he asked the American government why you guys put me on visa restriction and all the very important stuff that he was challenging. So we have the lawyer, I think I put his name in the chat room. He will be joining us today. He will be joining the show in the next 22 minutes. His name is Counsellor Edward Williams. I do believe that's his name. He will be joining us. And he will get into the issue, discuss the issue of us, the legal issue that which he can discuss. And we're going to make some progress as to the Emmanuel Nukwe, Senator of McGibby, I believe. Yeah, McGibby. I mean, the both Senator of McGibby can see eye to eye. Fagon Fallow and Emmanuel Nukwe, they can see eye. It's about power and control. Who is the godfather of McGibby? But you know, Fagon is not, I mean, it's how you call him Fallow. Fallow is not running, so therefore Emmanuel Nukwe is running 2029. And we are hearing the reason why Emmanuel Nukwe supported the majority black and continue to support the majority black is because Ellen Atogler will be running against him. And Ellen Atogler is supporting.
That is a fact.
Ellen Atogler is supporting how you call him Funati Kofa. So that's a big wahala because she supported Nathaniel Fallow Miguel and he won. Can Ellen Atogler, I don't know, I should add the last name because I heard that they were in some kind of procedure. That's not my business. She and my friend Prince. Prince Black. But that's not my business. I mean, this sister Ellen alone because she with me. But again, I would just say to you, Bill Carson, call them criminal, call them what they are, the senator of McGibby County. You know this thing, everybody in their own way, we fight to redeem ourselves. And I think that would be the uphill battle. But Emmanuel Nukwe is ready, he's strong. Can he win McGibby again? You know, he got his boy Clarence guy. He got, who's the other guy from McGibby? The other representative.
Emmanuel?
No. Ava Jones. He got Ava Jones, I believe he does. He got a young man and part of the majority black, you know, and they are supporting Emmanuel. Can you give me Emmanuel Nukwe picture? Maybe people want to see his picture. Let's put it up.
Same picture of Ellen right now.
Ellen and my sister though.
I know.
Ellen with me now, but Emmanuel Nukwe is my friend too. Emmanuel Nukwe and myself can talk all of the time. All of the time we talk. And, you know, he's a good friend. But sometimes, you know, I go hard on him because I want him to do the right thing.
You go hard on everybody. No news here. That's you. You got no friend. So.
Oh, seriously?
Which is nice. It's
I tell you, my friend. I tell you, my friend.
Sunday good, Sunday bad.
But I wish you see what happened with your brick wall. The stuff that you're supposed to put behind you, you bury it and you send it back.
Now you don't want to tell me you don't like the thing. Then you talking again.
Because the thing cutting your hair off, it twisting you like some kind of zombie, and you still using it. So I felt in myself, just remove it. But ladies and gentlemen, are you with us? Share our show, invite somebody. But I got a breaking news for you today. I do. I got a breaking news for the nation. Yes, I remember you put a fine picture up there for the man. Hand, they want all right. They take that other one from there. That one not the man picture.
Why?
No, they want it's when the man was much younger. This is when you were old. And actually, found a picture when Emmanuel Nukwe said he was coming to America, and the next day the American government said he's not coming, because that's the case we discussed it today. But again, I mean, it took everything in him to challenge the Americans. And the reason why we having this discussion, because we are bringing in, I think it's Antonin Lord. This is the young man. He is a Liberian, Dr. Richardson. You are asking whether he's a Liberian. He is. He is a Liberian. A little background. T. Edward Williams biography. Edward Williams practices in New York, Colorado, and Liberia. A large part of his practice is to represent foreign companies and individuals in the American courts, including providing representation in the Southern District of New York. Edward has practiced law for 15 years. He has represented individuals and businesses from across the world, including Bulgaria, China, Estonia, France, Georgia, Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, England, Wales, and other countries. Edward practice also include complex commercial litigation, Chapter 11 bankruptcies, and international arbitration. Edward is from Liberia and immigrated to the United States in 1996 when he was 12 years old. Edward has been ranked by super lawyers for the past 7 years. CA, and is also ranked by Chambers and Partners CA. There you go, a young man or young Liberians for the past 15 years studying and practicing. And I'm happy that Clinton is coming on. You know, he and Clinton fall within the same gap. And we're going to be having a great show today. And to tell all of you, share our show, this is the young Liberian lawyer that represented J. Emmanuel Nukwe. All right? We will be speaking to him in the next 16, 18 minutes. He will be here on show. This is Emmanuel Nukwe, the senator from Magibi County. J. Emmanuel Nukwe from Magibi County. I don't understand that. He was trying something, I believe, that Richardson. And if they were to grant him what he asked for, it means that McGill, Samuel Twain, Cephas, and everybody else, Bill Traoré, they were going to go right under this. So there we have it, Dr. Richardson. The lawyer will be on, but on other issue, the fire service guys departed the country. They are on the way out right now as we speak. They are leaving. The expert that came from Minnesota in the United States, they met President Boyka today. They spoke with the president today, and they are leaving. Everything else I know, I will tell you later on. But that's what you're leaving for. And they are leaving the country.
Yes, I will eat a potato green with Zigo in it.
No, I'm trying to make an adjustment here. I want to.
Oh, go ahead, do your thing. Do your thing. So they are leaving Dr. Richardson. They are leaving Liberia. They are leaving Liberia, and people are asking about,
where's the beef?
Where's our report? Come on, guys. Where's our report? I mean, Liberians, don't you think that by now you should?
Maybe they gave the report to R.G. Coleman and.
We were waiting for the joint press conference.
Yes, that would have been.
We were waiting for the joint press conference, and where is R.G. Coleman, Gregory Coleman? Mm-hmm. I mean, what's going on? Dr. Richardson, where's the people report?
I don't know.
But I mean, I don't know. We're here today.
That is a legitimate question. I was under the impression that they were going to do a joint conference together, a joint press conference, so that at least Liberian can know what's going on with the Capitol building, with the fire situation. So all I can say, maybe they submitted a report to R.G. Coleman, and maybe he's going through the channel of, that will allow him to be able to make this public. I'm sure there's something.
But I'm just trying to understand something, right? Oh my God, I'm going to be in the midst of the two women. Lord have mercy. Father, I pray unto thee. I pray unto thee, Lord, give me the strength, Lord, that I can just overcome, that I can overcome. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen for you.
Yeah, I will not even say amen to that.
His Excellency Emmanuel Gomoyan, it's good to see you.
Yeah, all prayers, but other prayer, I know he is set.
Listen, God can hear. Anywhere you can pray.
That one not true.
That's what we do. I don't.
Anywhere you are, you can pray, but I don't mean that anywhere you are, it reaches the way it's supposed to go.
Amen.
Yeah, your prayer. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you say. Certain thing, it doesn't mean that God is not hearing your prayer, right? God is hearing your prayer, but maybe God may not answer your request at the time you want him to answer. Maybe he may not answer your request because in answering the request, it got to buy in, and God is preventing you. It means that God don't want to answer your prayer. There's so many things to your prayer that you're asking of God. In him form, I can be praying so many ways, but things happen in your life because God is protecting you, He's guiding you, He's shifting you. When it is all said and done, you're just going to brush it off. And everybody going to say, hallelujah, hallelujah, we praising the Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I want to start the show by playing this song. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Ramadan to you. If you're Muslim and you're going through Ramadan, we recognize you. We got family and friends, all my nieces and nephew, the Pabas family, they are Muslim. We want to acknowledge that they are going through, some of them they're going to eat, and they say they went through Ramadan. I will start putting the name outside.
The fasting.
And they're trying to eat, man. Don't let me call some of that name. Then they're trying to eat and they say they're fasting. Come on, man. But I like this song, Dr. Richardson. Listen. This is the old time song from Jimmy Swagger, right? Let's listen to it. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Ever have mercy. Hey! Hallelujah. I just want to play something right now. Thank you, Jesus. Hey! Thank you, Jesus. Come on, Granny, join me, Dr. Richardson. You know that song, man.
I know the song, but I can't sing that one time.
No voice. Sing, brother, sing.
Thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
Well, listen, after we do the goal, then we do the politics now. Don't get him twisted, all right?
Today you're going to be, you're already in secret for today.
I'm in secret for the day, but when Dr. Richardson, you know what? I have to go to Bible study. So
today Tuesday, getting ready.
For the Tuesday, I gotta go to Bible study. So I'm trying to write all my Bible study song down. You know, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Good. Lord, we praise you. Lord, we worship you. Lord, we adore you. You know, we gotta be grateful to God, man. But I want to announce to you that we're going to be having the lawyer for Edison Anukwe. We got a breaking news for you. Don't forget, we got a breaking news for you today. The fire guys, they left already. I think they left already. What time is it? 9:20. They are on the way. They'll soon be leaving. They left all the way. We're going to have the entire team on.
You saw the picture I see?
Oh, there's a CMC picture?
Yeah, my CMC brother. You putting the picture up?
No.
Yeah, I see.
I'm not CMC. Glenny, are you part of CMC?
No, Glenny.
Without hearing you, Glenny, unmute yourself.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I thought you were naming people that are part of CMC. You said Mose part of CMC, Sekou Kane part of CMC.
I did not tell you that.
I did not name anybody.
Glenny said on her Facebook page that they are not you.
I asked Moses because Moses said the Malise Sekou alone. So now I asked him, what are you part?
Yeah, but why are you not part of CMC?
No, I don't support political.
But I got a question, right?
I support individuals.
Yeah, but we got a video today from the majority Black House of Representatives. They say CMC political leader Musa Hassan Bility owing millions of dollars on his company, Row Firm.
Oh, really?
And they are calling them to question them. They owe almost $4 million. And Musa got to clarify this. The global chair, what say you? Global chair, what say you?
Not surprised. Not surprised. You know, Musa's for that he talked about political party. He had a convention. He's been giving, you know, the anti-rule of law people a run for their money. And so
wait. Let me ask something. Can you tell us whether Musa owing the Liberian people wrote for money, or you're not surprised? Which one is it?
I'm not surprised that it would say, you know, that they would bring this old story up. This story came up during the last regime, you know, so I'm not surprised that they would talk about it again. So I'm not surprised that they are bringing this whole story up again. But Musa is the best person to answer this. Musa, the company Simrex is being managed by somebody different. It's a private company, and they will be the best person to speak to Liberia. But it sounds like witch hunting to me.
So you know, let's play around this thing because we got several minutes. So many. The newly inducted, the newly commissioner, the newly political leader that was sworn into office, owing, his company is owing, and because his company, I mean he owing the Liberian people almost $4 million on the road fund. That Richardson, and this just not yesterday thing, but that Richardson saying that wish hunt. How so?
But Dr. Richardson already explained to you.
Yeah, this is
asking you. Give me
Musa, I think Musa, the company has a manager, correct? Yeah. So the manager will be able to explain. If they call them for questioning, they will explain the story.
But the fact is that, is he denying that he's not owing?
Have you asked him?
Yes, Musa came on the show. Yeah, we asked him, the closest company down before. Glenny, where have you been?
But this is what I'm saying.
That was about 2 years ago.
Don't you find it ironic that they are bringing up this same old story up again?
How can the global chair lady say, don't talk about it, that wish hunt, when we had Musa on the show before, and Musa admitted, and they locked his company door.
But what I'm trying to tell you, why are they bringing up this old story? Don't you find it within reason? Okay, it's an ironic.
Because he's still owing the people money, the country money.
Musa is not denying that his company is not owing, according to the story that you and I read today. He is questioning the amount that they said that he owes. He, along with so many other companies.
How long will Musa question this one amount? 10,000 years ago, he's been questioning. He has not paid yet.
As long as it takes.
But can we talk about the time, CMC?
All right, CMC, brother. Okay.
Well, folks, there you have it. Musa Oyo.
Yeah,
I know all of Musa people going to get back, but I'm surprised, Glenny. Musa is owing.
But the man runs a $1 billion business. What do you expect? Million.
Your contract the company wants $1 billion in assets. So Musa that $1 billion here now.
Yeah.
Let's see some of the things you're trying to do here, Glenny. I knew I was going to get in situation. Musa company. The online global cheerleading.
Call Musa.
Send a man, my political leader, he refused to call me. I'm not calling him. Yeah. I mean, send the man political leader, you refuse to talk to me. The
Senator,
global chair leader, yeah, she can call him.
Okay, but in the last regime, you have said just admitted here today, you said that they even locked the doors. They had a whole list of people. We talk about this here on the show, right? They had a whole list of people where they said, oh, these companies owe Liberia. Didn't they? We talk about it on the show.
This thing is from 2024 from last year.
Why now that this story is coming up again? Number one. Number two, Musa had his convention last week. They suspended the principal of Voka High School for having the convention at the school building. Okay, so does it not look like witch hunting to you? Why, when organizations, Liberian organizations, they use schools all the time. They did that.
But the register you stay explaining though. This you just come on.
Well, so I'm telling you talk and don't explain, huh? Okay.
But Dr. Richard saying. My question is that maybe I know Glenn is trying to plead the fifth here because you guys support Musa. All right. But let's be fair now. You cannot call this off.
Make assumption on people's
you cannot because that's somebody else. You will not say you host.
No,
you will
I
not
said
say,
I said ask Musa, call Musa.
You will not tell me ask Musa. You will get into it. So let me ask Musa, sister and political advisor.
You're not giving me a chance to talk, so I got nothing else to say. I'm done with the story. I finished telling you.
I want to ask you a question, and maybe you can help us understand.
Well, I finished telling you what I had to say about the story. Please, case closed. CMC brother.
I'm not a CMC member, please.
Well, you're my CMC brother. You gotta be a member to be my CMC.
I am not your CMC brother.
Oh, today there's only me?
Yes, I am not your CMC brother.
you just only my CMC relationship with you.
Yes.
Oh God. Oh my Lord.
I'm not a CMC member. But let's get it straight. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 2 more minutes before the lawyer come on. I want to say to all of you, when you make about this again, the people say Musa owing them. Not me, the Liberian government say Musa owing over $4 million. I mean, Dr. Richardson can say her own, but I mean, it is concerning. How and why will Musa be owing over $4 million?
It's a good news, good publicity. But
you used to say that about Mr. Cummings there. Mr. Cummings get 1%. Anytime we had to talk, Lenny, she will say that good publicity.
Yeah, no news is good news, my dear.
So let's listen to how much Musa is owing here. Let's listen.
Was 436 2024 of last year. You want up to date. Okay, up to date as per the payment subtracted from the total amount. Corner has the outstanding of $4,526,678. Sunex. Oh man, the man calling. What kind of money you for? The man, as far as concerned, never own business here. Thank you, people.
You heard the amount.
Yeah, so what new?
You heard the amount. Okay, Dr. Richardson, you go ahead. Then I will say mine.
No, my thing is, what's new? Is it reasonable? Is it ironic to you that once Musa announced that he is the leader of a political party, Citizen Movement for Change, then this story that we broadcasted before popped up. Then they suspended the principal for Voka High School in Nimba, where they hosted the convention. Does this something sound fishy to you? Any reasonable person would ask that question. We talk about this. This is Musa company is not the only company that owes Liberian government. He runs a business. Okay, they talk about Connex. They talk about all the particular companies read the paper in the news. The only difference is Musa asked them to please calculate his bill well. The other company, they say, okay, yes, my bill. I think they say they're paying. I don't know. I can't speak for them. But Musa said, I want to make sure that you guys are laying out my bill correctly to me. I want to put it against what I paid and what you guys say I owe you guys. And that's what he's been asking them to do. And he has all rights to do that as a business person. So I'm done. I'll let you speak.
Thank you very much, man. Glendy, you want to say something? Or you say holding on to?
So I don't have, I mean, like Dr. Richardson said,
it's
true that this story has come out before, but it's something, even though it's coming out now, it still needs to be addressed, and it even needs to be addressed more today because Musa now has a political party. So I think the only person, I mean, we can give all our opinions on it, but the only person that can address it fully will be Musa. It could also be that, it's back on the table because now he has decided to run his own political party, so people find it wherever they can grab that political ceasing, wherever they can grab, they'll bring it up. But it's fair game to ask him questions so that he can answer these questions. And if he does owe the money, maybe the public can find it from him. When will the money be paid? But I don't think it's anything other than ordinary to want him to answer these questions. But when you decide to be a politician, you run your party now, of course there will be opposition that will come on and go find every little thing they can find about you to talk about it. So Musa will be the best person to answer this question.
Okay, so guys, again, I will do what I do best. There you go. All those are owing the Liberian People National Road Fund. Musa is number 2. Connex is number 1, $4.6 million. Musa is number 2, $3.7 million. The rest of them you can see. We just want to announce to all of you, these people owing together $15.5 million on road fund. $15.5 million, that's not small money. Musa can resolve this. It's been almost 3 years since they locked that building prior to the election of 2023. Musa said what Dr. Richardson is saying tonight, it was a witch hunt. But why couldn't you pay the money? Chairman, why couldn't you pay the money? Let's be fair. Let's put joke aside here. It's only reasonable enough that Musa, if he wanted to pay this money, he would have paid this money. Go to the LRA, get your document right. It's been 2 years since they locked that place, Shrimax. $15.5 million on road fund. I mean, is it a bad thing? I mean, Musa is my brother, though, to tell you the truth. We come from the same grandparents, but is it a bad thing here to ask questions? So Musa got to speak. Then I'm hearing people say that witch hunt. Dwadu, welcome to the show. We got Counsellor Edward Williams in the back. We'll be bringing on shortly. Dwadu, you met us in this conversation. The lawmakers are saying Musa and other companies, Shrimax and other company, owing over $15 million on road fund. They collect the money. They refuse to remit the money to the country, to the government. And on that note, not that they only talk about Musa, they talk about all the other people. They shared this document to us. They did. You see, 12 of them. The total is 15.5 million. But we are saying Musa because we know Musa. Musa is a political leader now. For the past 3 years, why he didn't pay the people money. Dwadu, welcome to the show, and we'll jump straight to our counselor coming on to represent J. Emmanuel Nukwe. It's good to see you, Dwadu.
Dwadu, stay here. I thought Dwadu was not in the country.
Congratulations to the boys, Mala. I watched everything.
Dwadu, stay here. Oh, thank you.
I watched everything. Congratulations. Dr. Francine, it's a pleasure.
We don't know whether you watch it because we don't really want to believe that you watch it. We want to believe that you watched it, but congratulations. We will accept the congratulations. We are uncles. So go ahead. No.
When she was in the stand, she was scratching her head. I watched the whole thing. But let's see, to my people, man, it's been a while. And stand alone, that stuff you put out. My position now when it comes to our country, I tend to coil in a way that I don't like. Nothing is going to happen. Every time we talk about these things, the legislature will come up with something as though they are doing something to us, the Liberian people, but we all understand what's going to happen to this. Look, every country around the globe, here in America, the Europeans, the Mexicans, the Canadians, everybody's repositioning to make sure they protect their country internally. And we just still play around with the people's business. So for me, I'm not going to comment on this. This is another $15 million gun.
But nothing will come from inside. So I don't let her do only too much. I just want to say hi to my people. Yes, a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You let's say I'm not going to push you. I mean, you're not saying anything. You say something. So on this note, I want to say welcome to the show, my dear Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson, my sister Glenn. It's good to see you, and the people's person, Mr. Duadu, as always. I'm going to welcome to the show, folks. For the first segment, Counsellor T. Edward Williams. He's joining us from New York. He's representing J. Emmanuel Nukwe. I mean, it's so good to see you, Counsellor. Thank you for joining us. I believe, Counsellor, if not, you can correct me. Thank you for the very first time you're joining Spoon Talk. It's only important that we put up what you sent us. This is T. Edward Williams. Information. I believe some of you have snapshot it, read it, and know who he is. He is a Liberian, been practicing law for a little over 15 years now. And we're glad to have him on. The reason why he's on this show, because he's representing Senator J. Emmanuel Nukwe on this visa restriction issue to the United States and other stuff. I want to say thank you for joining us. It's 4:37 your time, my time, but 9:37 in Liberia. I'm here with Dr. Richardson, a co-host, Glendy, and Mr. Duadu. Other folks will be joining us. Welcome, and let's just get into it. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right. I'm glad to be here. In preparation for this, I had a chance to watch, as I told you, probably some of your shows before, just to get the tone of how things go. Obviously, I am Liberian. I was, just to introduce myself to the people, I go back and forth to Liberia a lot now, and I keep a low profile. But I came to the States in 1996 when I was 12, and went to school, undergrad at Mercer, which is a school there in Georgia, and then went to school, law school, out at the University of Denver. And I've been practicing, mostly representing, foreign dignitaries in the U.S. on different proceedings, whether it's business and other related issues. So I'm familiar with, I should say this, that I got into Liberia, or started getting involved in Liberia, probably 4 years ago, just about maybe 5. And the president of the community in Colorado, the Liberian community in Colorado, Ebenezer Norman, I think you know him, Stanton, was the one who was instrumental in sort of getting me to see Liberia again. Because I left Liberia when I was 12 and it was war. I left right after the April 6th war, and I didn't have very good memories of it. And so, but I'm glad that I'm in some way, shape, and form involved with it again. And today I'm here strictly as Senator Nukwe's attorney. Happy to answer any questions. He's given me sort of a clear path forward, I should say, that the only questions would be out of bounds would be questions that concerns attorney-client privilege, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the lawsuit, why we brought it, what the thinking is, what do we think of it, that sort of thing. So I'm happy to open the discussions, as you say, Stanton.
I'll thank you very much, Counsellor. And again, we're so happy to have you. A lot of questions on folks' mind concerning Senator J. Emmanuel Nukwe. He ran as a VP during the past election. He's a household name in Liberia. Here comes sanction on him, or visa restriction, which you're going to correct us tonight. So we're here to discuss the issue. I'm going to put this up. United States District Court, Southern District of New York, Senator James Emmanuel Nukwe versus Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State. Here we are. Talk to us. What was the issue of you going to court representing Senator Nukwe? Can you unmute, please?
Apologies. This case, I think there was the sanctions started December 12th, and I want to say 2023, when the U.S. Embassy in Liberia issued this sort of what would you call it, statement that said, and I don't know if you have that, I'm happy to supply it to you, but it said it named 2 other people, including their spouses. And then at the very end of it, it also named Senator Nukwe and his spouse together with his minor children. And the claims involved in it had something to do with what they term substantial corruption. That term, of course, is still not very clear, either in court or otherwise. But and so how I saw it and how I became involved with it was I keep track of these things. I'm back and forth in Liberia. I happened to be in Liberia around that time, or I think I went to Liberia just as this was going on. And the senator and I had a extensive conversation about it. He was obviously, I would put it, not happy about what had happened, that he had been named as part of a scheme that he wasn't involved in and doesn't know anything about. And the thought really was a path towards challenging what had been said about him. As you know, or as you may know, there are multiple ways to challenge these proceedings. One is through the State Department. One is through the State Department. The other is through court. And then there may be sort of other back channels that you can go through to have a discussion about what really happened, how it happened, what evidence, if any, the U.S. government has. And so we talked about it for a while. We went back and forth. Obviously, there was some concern about the consequences of suing the U.S. government and what that would do for Liberia, or what it would mean for Liberia. But the overarching point we settled on was that this would be, if the senator didn't try to clear his name one way or another, the harm from that would be much more staggering than letting it go on and letting his name continue to be associated with whatever has been associated with in terms of significant corruption. So we teed up the complaint. You have the complaint. I've sent it to you. It's lengthy. I think it's 30 pages or something like that. We worked on it for probably 3 months, maybe 4. We looked around at other cases that have been brought like this. Before I talk about the complaint, it probably makes some sense to talk about the difference between a 7031C sanction, which is a visa ban, and I understand there's some people in Liberia who are under the Magnitsky Act sanction. Those are 2 distinct paths. So visa ban is essentially, it can be public or private. It came about, it hasn't, maybe it was 03 or something like that. It hasn't been around too long, but it's essentially the ability to go after people that the U.S. Believe they have credible information on as it relates to corruption. And one of the things we argued in the lawsuit is corruption has to relate to some U.S. function. In other words, corruption has to be, did you take money designated under USAID, which apparently no longer exists? Did you, if you look at the complaint, we cite there's this portion about mineral rights, and what America has done is say, if you're going to participate in the mineral industry, you have to be certain that you don't infringe on, or you don't overload the mineral market, right? So you don't mine so much of whatever minerals at stake that it overflows the market and harm our domestic industry. So the point is, 7031C comes with clear guidelines, or at least I think it should be clear to the lawyer, clear guidelines as to what happens when you interfere in some way, one fashion or another, with American interest. It has no, the argument is, it has no ability to interfere with any other function because no government has the right to interfere with any other government function. Liberia is a sovereign country. It operates its own government. And the U.S. can't really interfere with that process, right? Liberia's internal process. So we filed this, I want to say, eventually I think we brought the injunctive relief part of it in September. And just so I know you have a wide audience, so just so your audience know, injunctive relief is when you file a lawsuit, but as an appendage to that lawsuit, you're going to seek some emergency or temporary relief that bears on at least one of the claims in the lawsuit. And so the way the December 12th press release is stated, we went through and thought, well, it doesn't make an exception, at least not on its face, that the senator would be able to travel to the United Nations. And so we briefed that issue, working with the other side, the U.S. Attorney's Office. And that issue went on for quite some time. I think we finally got the order on February 7th, and I sent that to you as well. But there was an extensive back and forth about that issue. And eventually, the order that is in the Liberian press and the order that I think you guys have is this order that says the judge or the court has no ability to review the grant or denial of visa. Obviously, that's not what the case was about. The case is much more extensive than that. But that's the broad overview of the case. That's the broad outlines. Happy to answer any questions. I know Senator Nukwe is a politician. I know some people voted for him and some people didn't vote for him. So I expect that there will be maybe a spirited discussion about what people think about it. And I welcome that. So with that, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. It's always good. Again, come again whenever you can. Let's discuss issues relevant to the Liberian people. I want to start this conversation with Dr. Richardson. We're going to go to Glennie, Mr. Dwaru, Axedo, Paul Kennedy, and Uncle Sam Jackson. Dr. Richardson, we are discussing Emmanuel Nukwe. Should we say visa restriction or sanction? Before
it is a visa restriction. Okay. Obviously, I can't tell you what to say or not to say, but I can tell you what the proper designation is a visa restriction, visa ban, and it falls under 7031C. And the impetus behind it is this notion that if you've gotten ill-gotten gains, I'm getting some feedback. I don't know.
We're going to mute. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
But what if the thought behind it? If you've gotten ill-gotten gains, you shouldn't be allowed to benefit from it in the U.S. And this is totally different from the more serious version of this is a Magnitsky Act violation where there are human rights issues involved. This side of it is 7031 relates to what may be broadly characterized as some financial issues.
Okay, so let's just get it straight up because most people are confused when you talk about sanction, that of visa restriction. But for Emmanuel Nukwe, it's strictly visa restriction.
Correct.
Okay. At what point do you think he's on a sanction? Because I heard you trying to mix the two up.
He's never been under sanctions. He's been under a visa ban, unless you have facts for me that I don't know about.
No, so the visa restriction applies to his children.
Right.
His wife.
Right. It does. It applies to spouses and your minor children.
So let me ask you, what's the difference? Which one is better? Which one is less restrictive?
Sure. If I were to be in a position to be sanctioned or be under, whatever this is, I would rather choose a visa ban than a Magnitsky Act violation.
Why?
Well, it's a lighter touch. It's meant. So one of the things I didn't mention, I was listening to your conversation in the waiting room, and Dr. Richardson mentioned something about timing, how timing may be suspicious as it relates to the issue you all were talking about. I think it involved another politician. The timing here is extraordinary in that it was issued December 12th. The Senate, the Liberian Senate, was scheduled to elect a Senate pro tem later. And there had already been a race, there's already been some horse trading. And my understanding, you all will correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Nukwe was at the forefront of that he could have been Senate pro tem. And then visa ban comes out on December 12th, and then he's no longer considered for that. So that's sort of a little background. Happy to chat more about that. But to the direct answer to your question, if I were in a position where the American government was somehow involved with me, I would rather a visa ban than a Magnitsky Act violation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Yeah. Dr. Richardson.
Councillor Williams, it's really good to have you here on Spoon. I'm always impressed when I see a young Liberian climbing up the academic ladder, such as the legal studies that we've done. So thank you so much for coming here. My question to you is, yes, my question to you is very similar to something that Stenson asked my first question. Would you say that Nukwe cannot benefit from transacting with U.S. Currency, U.S. dollars, or benefiting from the pleasure of using American currency or American companies? Is that part of his travel ban restrictions?
No, I heard that, and I think that was a hot issue maybe last year, that there should be some restriction on the ability to transact in U.S. dollars or even banking transaction. There's nothing in the regulations, which is 400 and some odd pages, that says that. I think, as I understand it, that question was posed by a foreign money transactor, and what they didn't say you couldn't transact business. What they asked was whether, in other words, what they wanted was clarity, whether if you're on a visa ban, you could still transact business, or you could still use U.S. currency, or you could otherwise be involved with anything like that. The regulation doesn't say that. The December 12th, what do you call it? The press release that was put out, it doesn't say that. And in our complaint, the reason why we felt pushed to bring the case in the Southern District was to say, look, this guy has been designated. One, there's no evidence of anything, but he's been designated. There's no due process. There's no way to say, well, what exactly is it that you guys have? How are you guys going to enforce this? But it lacks clarity. And his life is being impacted in Liberia because he can. There's some notion, wherever they got it from, I don't know. It doesn't say in the law, but there's some notion that he cannot transact in American currency, which is totally false. I don't know whether the Central Bank of Liberia came up with that. I don't know whether it was strictly this other financial institution that transact business. I don't know where that came from, but there's nothing in the regulation that says that.
Okay, thank you. My second question to you is, for me, I read a bit of the reason why Senator Nukwe was put on sanction. And you're right, it does say for significant corruption by abusing public positions. So I'm hearing you say that according to your conversation with him, according to what you know, you have no knowledge and he has no knowledge that he ever abused public positions. And it also says, it went further by saying that it was using public positions that he solicit and accepted and offer bribes to manipulate legislative processes. Okay. It also said that he also did public funding. He didn't do that. He manipulated public funding, including reporting the mining sector activities. So somehow that's what it says. That's what they consider to be significant corruption, abusing his positions by soliciting, accepting, and offering bribes to manipulate legislative processes and public funding, including legislative reporting of mining sectors. So, as your knowledge, and of course, you his lawyer, that did not occur to you, right? So, you have no knowledge that there's no evidence of this.
Not only is there no evidence of it,
mm-hmm.
The critical thing in making the accusation. So you just read, and your interpretation of what you read
mm-hmm.
was that these claims are being asserted as against Senator Nukwe. The December 12th thing that you're reading
mm-hmm.
doesn't say that. It names 3 individuals. It doesn't apportion any fault. It doesn't say Senator Nukwe was responsible for this, for that, mm-hmm. for the other. Mm-hmm. It lists 3 individuals, and it doesn't ascribe any single thing to any one of them. One of the things that I've been really strange about in terms of just exercising thought, one of the things I thought maybe the Liberian journalists or other people would question is to say, well, you named 3 people. Who did what? Are you saying they were in a conspiracy? If it is, then you ought to make clear what the conspiracy was. That's my problem, and that's what you just read, Dr. Richardson, would never fly in America.
Dr. Richardson, we are not hearing you. When he's done, you can unmute, then you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell the Liberian people I was reading this so that we all could be aware from the U.S. Embassy website.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that I'm not, I like evidence. So
no. I mean, if you can send it, I will post it up. I will upload it.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think you have it. It's just the December. You're reading the December 12th.
Yes, this was December 12th, 2023. It means 3 persons.
Right.
Abache, Nukwe, and Samuel Twe.
Correct.
And it says exactly to me what the significant corruption is. And it went on and defined that. That's what I was just reading.
But the question I posed to you was,
mm-hmm.
who committed the significant corruption? It names 3 different people. It doesn't apportion fault between them. It doesn't say who's responsible for what. What I'm telling you is that would never happen in America. In other words, if you're going to accuse someone of something, you have to make clear what the basis of the accusation is, because all of those things you just listed are intent-based. I mean, those will be crimes in Liberia. Those are intent-based crime, right? And so you have to designate who did what and when. They didn't do that. Another thing you will notice there, which is something you never see in official press releases from the U.S. government, you will see there's a typo. You will see there. Maybe I should send this to you so you should put it on the screen. But the U.S. government, when it sends out official communications, very, very rarely, if ever, make the mistake of having a typo in a press release. Why? That's because so many people vet it before it gets out. So when I saw that there's a typo in this, what it told me was that someone at the American Embassy, perhaps this document wasn't transmitted to Washington. In any case, it didn't go through the proper channel. That's what that tells me. And I find that problematic for a number of reasons. But to answer your question, what you read doesn't tell me that, it doesn't define significant corruption, first of all. And it doesn't tell me who committed the significant corruption.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. I'm going to bring in Glendy. Glendy, your two questions.
Hello, everybody. Councillor Williams, how are you? It's good to have you on. I'm listening to you, and I'm admiring at the fact that you're a lawyer and you're playing with words. You're using banned. You're not connecting it to sanctions. But when you read the law clearly connects it to sanctions. It says U.S. ban/sanctions. That's what it says. But you're here and you're purporting that, oh, no, it's just a U.S. ban. No, it's sanction because, and what the law also says is that they have found credible evidence. But here you are saying that there was no evidence. And then you're also trying to tell us that, oh, there were 3 people. So unless they specified, it means that whatever conclusion they came to, whatever they wrote, you're deducing that it could not have been connected to Senator Nukwe. I'm listening and I'm enjoying the fact that you're playing with words to us. I'm not a legal practitioner, but I can recognize what you're doing. My question to you is this. Do you think having a U.S. being given a visa is a privilege or is something that one must have?
It's always a privilege. It's not a right. But that doesn't.
Excuse me, guys. Can we mute Governor Clinton? Can you mute, please? Thank you.
Yeah. I guess, may I call you Glendy? Is that okay? Sure. It's always a privilege. I mean, the Liberian government admits certain people on arrival, so that's fine. Your comment, though, you had a series of comments about that I'm playing with words, and that a lawyer is playing with words. It's kind of like saying water is wet. I mean, that's what lawyers do. But let me say this. We do that, and when you pass law, you know lawyers are going to get a hold of this, and you know lawyers understand the law, and you know that a judge is going to get a hold of this, and you know it's not going to pass muster. So visa ban, whether it's a visa ban or a sanction, it is a visa ban. That's what it says. That's what the statute says. I don't know what law you're looking at. I'm happy to send you the 400 some odd pages. By the way, let's step back. The 7031C portion of this law is something that's reauthorized every year in Congress. So it's a rider on a bill, right? You have a piece of law, and then you have this addition, which is it passes through USAID. And so it's not, in a manner of speaking, when lawyers, well, I wouldn't speak for everyone, but when I think of law, I think of an act that's passed by Congress that is subject to vigorous debate, and then you spit out this document that then eventually gets signed by the president, and the courts enforce it. What we have here, though, is a series of riders that are put on as amendments, and then they're pushed through. Most people in Congress people, don't really see it. They don't read it. They are aware of it. But you know, I think, I don't know if Stanton has it. I sent him a December 2024 letter from Senator Ben Cardin. Ben Cardin, it was the former head of the Foreign Relations Committee, U.S. Senate. If you read, and maybe you can put it on the screen, But as a result of Senator Nukwe's lawsuit, and probably others, a senator who has oversight over what the State Department is doing is asking the very same questions that we pose in a lawsuit. I don't know if you can pull it up. I think it'll be nice for everyone to see. He's asking.
Excuse me, you sent me so many stuff. Can you just resend it if you just have
not a problem.
Please.
Give me a second.
Was it in the email?
No, I sent it as a standalone, but I'm forwarding it right now to you. Okay, you should have it. He's asking the very questions that we posed in our lawsuit. What are you doing with this? We can't exercise any oversight over this because we don't know exactly what you're doing. Who are you including in this and why? He's asking the same questions that we're asking. In other words, he wants some transparency surrounding 7031C. So when you say that you figured out that it's a sanction and not a ban, there are a slew of lawyers from New York to California who have no idea what it is. The very senator who has oversight over this is saying, I don't know what we're doing with this, and I don't know why we're doing it. That's a problem.
Glenn, do you have another question?
Yes, I do. I do. Please, so you go to court, you take the case to court, and then I hear you talking about how when the proclamation, whatever the ruling was written, there was an error. I wanted to ask you, before the court proceeding, did you try to clarify? Did you ask the judge what part of this summary, what part refers to Nukwe, what part doesn't, and what was your stance in the court? What were you promote? What were you trying to protect, or what were you trying to do for Senator Nukwe in court? If you're saying that there were 3 people on this case, 3 people that were named, and you don't know which one referred to him, what clarification did you get that and that this what portion referred was for him that you were going to defend in court?
Right. What we filed in court, the complaint challenged all aspect of the press release. The order we got did not relate to the press release. The order we got related to the UN, the visitation to the UN headquarters. So the core of the case, in other words, the questions raised by the case, hasn't been answered. And to answer your question, part of what we're saying absolutely is it focuses on the ambiguity. If you look at my complaint, I quote it verbatim, and then I focus on that. This is ambiguous. There's nothing in here that says Nukwe did X, Y, Z. It says this is maybe the most generous reading of the December 12th press release is maybe these people conspired. But then you have no other facts to support the notion that there were any sort of conspiracy. So, yeah, you can rest assured that we raised every issue that we could raise, and the ultimate goal for Senator Nukwe is for him to be able to demonstrate the ability to declare his name. You may doubt it, or you may not, but he has that right, the ability to say, I didn't do it, and here's evidence that I didn't do it. We all have that ability and should have the ability to do that. So that's what the lawsuit goes through. That's what it tries to do.
Thank you, Councillor. You want the Senator letter up prior to Mr. Dualu? Dualu can proceed. Would you prefer?
Happy for Mr. Dualu and the people to proceed, and then we can put up a letter if there's questions related to anything raised in that letter.
Thank you. Mr. Dualu.
Thank you. Senator, can you mute, please? Mr. Williams, well, Councillor William, welcome to the show. And let me be frank here. I'm not trying to pass muster, but what I'm going to pass is common sense. Let's try that for a second. I don't think there's anything ambiguous about what the Americans posted. Everything was listed very clearly as to what he's being charged with. Let's pass common sense here for a second. Before Nukwe came to, Senator, you put this down for a second because I want to be looking at the councillor while I'm speaking to him. If you don't mind, you can put it back up. Before Nukwe came to the legislature, he had zero. Nothing. He owned millions of dollars worth of property in the country right now. Where do you think he got those from when he started no business before? How are you going to explain that to the Americans?
Yeah, that's a great question, because American law, what American law teaches you is, you just said, sort of a commonsensical thinking. In the court of law, that's not what we do. We don't jump to conclusions. There has to be a link of evidence in the statement you just made. You said before pre-government official poor, post-government official rich. If you took that evidence to court, the court will sanction you. You will be thrown out of court. You would not make it on day one. That's not what we do. What you want to do is say, so to answer your question, no American court is going to ask me, Mr. Williams, your client had money before or didn't have money before, and now he has a ton of money. And so, voila, there's evidence of corruption. That's not how it works. If you have evidence that Senator Nukwe wealth has increased between his pre-political years, then bring it forward and we'll assess it. I think Liberian lawmakers make $15,000 a year. Did he invest in a business? Did he save his money and invest in a business and grew his business organically? You don't know that, do you? Do you have evidence that that didn't happen? In other words, causation is what you have to prove. And we do this in Liberia a lot, right? We jump to conclusions when you have to reason your way to it. You can bring his financial statements and you can say, all right, Senator Nukwe, let's just say 1996, you were poor. 2025, you're rich. And, judge will say, you're wasting my time. What's going on here? Tie the knot. Tell me, how is it that, first of all, you said he's worth millions. I don't know that. Maybe you do. You say he owns properties that are worth millions. I don't know that, but maybe you do. And if you have that evidence, then I will sit you in a seat in court and you'll be subject to 8 hours of cross-examination. And then you have to tell us how you know what you know. And my guess is, at the end of the day, you're going to say, I don't really know. I'm speculating, and that evidence will be thrown out. But that's all people do in Liberia. They say this person is rich, he's rich now, and he was poor before, and therefore he stole it. Maybe you're right in your commonsensical way of processing things. Maybe you're right. But in a court of law, you're not. That's not evidence. And you say there is no ambiguity, okay? You conclude. You don't reason. You don't tell me why there's no ambiguity. Could reasonable people differ on reading that? Yeah, I read it and I said, well, okay, where does it say Nukwe did this? It doesn't say that. You agree with me on that? It doesn't say that.
No, I do not. I think I asked you a question in 1 minute. You're taking forever to answer the question.
Well,
because
I think
the aim here is to beat around the bush.
The short answer to your question is you don't have evidence of it.
That is not true. That is not
true. Eduardo, let's do it one at a time, please. Okay. Councillor, you finish, and Eduardo will ask his next question.
The short answer to your question, you have no evidence of it. And to put it in court parlance, what you're saying would not be competent evidence. It is incompetent. It won't be admissible in court. It won't be usable. So no court is going to tell me, Mr. Williams, do you have evidence that the disparity in your client's wealth pre and post political years? That's the answer.
That is not true, Counsel, and you and I both know that is not true. Let me say this to you. First and foremost, the claim the Americans are making is exactly what I'm stating here, that he uses position. Cynthia, can you mute, please? That he uses position, leverage his position to get wealthy. This is a claim. They are not going to throw that out of court if there is a distinction or ambiguity in the wealth that he's amassed. The court's going to ask that question. They're not going to automatically throw it out. So you and I both know that is wrong. Let me say this to you also.
Wait.
That is not true. Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question because you're entirely wrong. The court's not going to throw that out. The court's going to ask you, the Americans.
All right. So Duado, make that.
Yeah, but you're allowing to talk and I kept quiet.
Wait.
Make that. Hold on, Counsellor, 1 minute. Make that a follow up, and we'll give you a chance to ask your second question, Duado.
Yeah, because the follow up is
no. Allow the guest to come in. He just called for information. Let him give you his information, then you can follow up. Go ahead, Counsellor.
Thank you. You just said you and I both know that that's not true. We obviously disagree on it. That's what we've been discussing here, is a disagreement. I want you to reason to your conclusion. I don't want you just to conclude. So you have to take me through step A, step B, step C. Step A is going to be, well, he's worth X amount of dollars. Okay, great. How do you know that? Where's the evidence for that? Do you have anything that says?
I'll ask you a question directly. You refuse to answer the question.
No. I want to answer every single question.
Hold on. You were done. Listen, Mr. William, you were done. I ask you a direct question. How do you think he amassed his wealth? You told me you don't know that. The court will have to tell you to withdraw this out, and that is a lie. The Americans are saying this. Mr. Nukwe uses position to amass wealth in the Republic of Liberia at the expense of the Liberian people. They have evidence to substantiate this. You are saying the court's going to throw that out. That is not true. The evidence, the Americans do have the evidence. Now, you can go ahead and make your claim because you are his lawyer. Your goal is to throw the case out. I understand this, but the issue here is you cannot explain to the Liberian people how he got his money from zero to hero. You cannot explain that. This is the case of the Americans.
Yeah, but Balu,
no, that's it. But come on, wait for your time. Wait for your time.
Guys. We're trying to help us and help those that are listening, right? Counsellor, can you just? We understand this is what the counsellor would do in the court of law, but can you just watch our time because we have many. We need to ask you all of the questions. Please answer if you can in limited time that we can flow properly, please.
Understood. I have no evidence or I have no causation to which I'm going to attribute the growth in his wealth. If you have that piece of evidence, I would love to see it. Apparently you don't.
No, not that I don't have to have the evidence. The Americans do have the evidence. Here's my second question to you. A lot of people that are sanctioned or that are restricted when it comes to visa, a lot of them go through the State Department. They have to go through other means to do this. Why do you think Nukwe is going through you when he has almost near zero chance of winning this case?
I wouldn't put his chances at zero, but the main reason we chose to, as I started out discussing, there is multi-pronged, but we chose a public avenue as opposed to an insular secret avenue with the State Department. He wants to clear his name publicly. So you and Senator Nukwe agree. You know, Senator Nukwe will say, well, Mr. Dwalu, if you have a piece of evidence that shows the increase in my wealth is tied to corruption, then bring it forward. And you know what? There were people in Liberia at the highest level of government who would call the Peter Aronoff, the U.S. Attorney's Office, who would say, I have evidence of Nukwe, this and that. And I would call the senator and I would say, listen, lawyer to client, what's going on here? What do they have? What are we facing? What's going on? You know what Nukwe told me? He said, let him go. Let him take the evidence there. So if you have it, call Peter Aronoff at the Southern District of New York. Say, I have proof that this, I can attribute his wealth to this, that, and the other. You mentioned, too, that the Americans have evidence. This whole case is about what that evidence is. We haven't seen it. right? So that's why we're here.
Thank you very much, Counsellor. I'm going to put the first document we received online concerning Emmanuel Nukwe. There you have it, folks. The United States publicly designating Chi and Nukwe. All of the reason. Is there anything missing, Councillor Williams? Is there anything missing from this reason that you are?
Let read it. Let people read it. Let understand it.
I'm happy to read it. Would you like
go
to
ahead?
read it?
Go
yeah,
ahead.
Let me read it because I want the lawyer to skip anything.
No, I won't skip anything. You have it.
So they're talking about Nukwe designating Twitter, but I want to focus on Nukwe.
I'd rather read it.
Wait 1 minute. Wait. I beg you. The lawyer should read it.
Lawyer, read it.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Sure. Thank you. It reads, pursuant to Section 1731C, the United States is publicly designating Twe, Che, and Nukwe. It calls them by their last name. And then here's the typo. It says A4. I don't know what that means. Their involvement in significant corruption by abusing their public positions through soliciting, accepting, and offering bribes to manipulate legislative processes and public funding, including legislative reporting and mining sector activity. As part of this action, their immediate family members are also designated, including their spouses, Delicia Berry Twe, Abigail Chie, and Ruth Toria Brown Nukwe, and Twe and Nukwe's minor children. Does that sound to you like proper English from the American Embassy? If you look at the government publication standards, where have they referred to a sitting senator and at the time a sitting minister of finance by the way they refer to them? When have you ever seen that?
Americans have not refuted this, by the way.
Come again?
So guys, we got to make progress. Councillor, again, I beg you guys, if you are not speaking, if you are not speaking, please mute yourself. When we come to you, you can unmute because we're getting a very bad feedback. We all from different areas in this workplace. I'm going to bring in, I think Isaac, you came before Uncle Sam, or Uncle Sam, you came before Isaac. Which is which, you guys can come in. So Isaac, you go ahead and your two questions.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Williams, nice talking to you. I'm not a lawyer. I've not gone to law school, but we were talking about common sense. I want to believe Isaac Doe did not eat yesterday, but
I beg you, sir. You know I always do this to you. Can you turn the TV down or something, please? We're begging you.
Yeah, it's the computer. So as I was saying, Isaac did not eat yesterday, but Isaac ate today. Cannot be an evidence that Isaac stole rice to eat. I don't want to believe so. Simply because he didn't eat yesterday and he ate today, so he must have stolen somebody's rice to eat today. I don't know what sense that makes, but I wanted to say this to you, brother. You are clearly thoughtful and a well-rounded individual. And listening to you brightens my day, I must tell you. Not because you are here or you are trying to help a fellow Liberian, but how well schooled you are, the path you are taking in life can serve as a motivation to so many young Liberians. I am extremely proud of you. I don't know you. I've never seen you, never spoken with you. Being a young man as you are, a Liberian, I'm so proud listening to you, seeing you, and going through this at the highest level. Imagine you are into a case involving a senator for one country and a government of the US. You must have some balls. I really give you your kudos. And hey, I'm so proud. I must tell you that. And I just had this question for you. I read somewhere where the court in the US said the visa ban was not subject to some code review, judicial review. What next?
Thank you, Mr. Dole. That was heartfelt. I appreciate that. It is called under what you're referring to is the Counsellor non-reviewability doctrine. And that related to, I think, by the way, the court made a mistake in construing that too broadly, because there is case law from Justice Scalia wrote the opinion. Justice Scalia, in case you don't know, is this old, really conservative, former Supreme Court of the United States justice. He wrote an opinion that said, we ought to be able to look behind the hood or behind the scenes of why the counselor authority made a decision. So what next is we're going to appeal not only on that basis, but on other grounds too. And the appeal is going to be filed here in a few days. So that's the plan. That's what we're doing next.
Thank you very much. Can we go to Uncle Sam?
Can I have my next question?
But you said your last question. You said, man. You want to ask
okay.
again?
One minute. So if you make such a statement, consider it to be your first question, then your question will be your last question. But actually, we'll go back to you now because we're just saying that. Ask your second question, please.
My own brother.
No, if statement is a question, we can go on, no problem. We will just listen to other people.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Uncle Sam, you have two questions, please.
Statement is a question.
Yeah, so Mr. Williams, first of all, congratulations. I just read a little snippet of your bio. You went to school when you were 12 years old. I'm very proud of you, and I'm just very happy that you've done so well in your life. But I just want to ask you a couple of questions, pragmatic, to get to the meat of this matter. Is there any case that you know of somebody who was denied a visa by the United States and they took the U.S. government to court and they were successful in overturning the visa application? Do you know of any case?
Yes, I cite one. That's the PLO case. It was during the time of Yasser Arafat, and there were a group of people coming from Palestine, and they sought entry into New York, and they were denied admission into New York at the UN headquarters, and they appealed and prevailed.
Okay, with all due respect, that's a totally different thing you're talking about. The UN, in terms of the formation of the UN, you cannot deny a foreigner from coming to the United Nations. Even people like Yasser Arafat came, people like Gaddafi came, and even Fidel Castro came. So that's
what just happened. That's what just happened in this case.
But hold on a second. Going to the UN and being limited to 25 square miles, you can go because there are a lot of people who will not get an ordinary B1 visa, but a diplomatic visa, because the UN is for the entire globe, the 200 plus countries. The United States cannot, by convention, prohibit anybody. I'm talking about an ordinary visa holder. An ordinary visa holder.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know of case law where an ordinary visa holder successfully challenged, not somebody going to the UN, somebody who was, that's what I said, an ordinary visa holder. Okay.
Do I know of cases? Yes, but if
can you cite them for me? I mean, besides the Palestinian case, which I just demolished, which is
you didn't demolish anything.
Huh? I did demolish it because anybody can go to the UN.
Okay, can you put the judge's order up? I don't think Uncle Sam is.
So guys, Uncle Sam.
So let me ask you another question.
Uncle Sam, wait now. Is your first question answered?
Well, he didn't answer it, but let's make
progress. He want to answer it, but you're moving on to ask another question.
No, the answer is given. I want to go past that. I'm the one who asked the question, I'm satisfied with his answer.
No, but I am not satisfied. We are the audience. We want to get the answer to your first question.
Yes, sir.
Please hold on 1 minute. Do you want me to put the senator letter up?
Yes,
there you
sir.
have it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's the best I can do. We're going to zoom in, but you have it. You can read it from your end. Before the place.
Just for your audience who following on radio and not by video. what's on the screen is a December 20th, 2024 letter. It is to the former Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and it's from Benjamin L. Cardin, who was the chairman of the
excuse me, Councillor. Guys, is in the chat room. I see you guys trying to read. It's in the chat room. Go ahead, Councillor.
Right. The letter is addressed to the former Secretary of State, Mr. Blinken. It is from Benjamin Cardin. Benjamin Cardin is a senator, I believe, from Maryland, and he was the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. What that means is he has oversight, or his committee has oversight over the State Department. Now, let's turn to Mr. Jackson's comment, or I think he's referred to on the show as Uncle Sam. He's asking the questions. If you go to the 4 dots. How many cases the Department of State reviewed to determine whether Section 1731C credible information standard was satisfied? All right. This is a sitting U.S. senator asking his State Department. They're of the same party, right? I mean, Cardin is a Democrat, so is and Blinken is serving in a Democratic administration. Second question: how many individuals the State Department found ineligible for entry under Section 7031C for whom it imposed a visa ban confidentially rather than publicly? Third question: a breakdown by region and a breakdown by the type of act, i.e., significant corruption or human rights violation for those confidential visa bans. And how many times the department invoked each of the two exceptions and each of the two grounds for a waiver that Section 7031C provides. Okay, let's go to Mr. Jackson's, or rather Uncle Sam's question. Do I know of any cases in which someone has prevailed? Yes, because I've represented people the same work from Eastern Europe. So here's how it works.
Name me the individual, sir.
Well, I'm not naming
the person
the
of the cases. You're wasting time, sir.
Well, I'm going to answer your question, whether or not you like the answer.
This is not a court of law. I ask you, name the John Brown in this case versus this case.
Are you trying to answer your question?
No, guys, wait. I'm I have to mute everybody. Listen, Uncle Sam. Can you please ask your second question and allow the counselor to answer?
Please. Do you want me to answer your first question?
No. I'm satisfied that you don't have an answer to my first question.
I do have
satisfied on that.
The answer is this.
Okay,
it is resolved.
Yeah, I want you to go further on that.
I'm saying I asked 200 questions.
Uncle Sam. Please, guys, I will ask every one of you, please let's mute for the sake of our audience. If Councillor Williams, can you please answer the first question? Yes, and then we will move to the second question from Uncle Sam.
Yeah. Here's what happens.
But Uncle Sam said he won't answer against that. Why he was in the man?
You're trying to disrupt the show. I beg you, Clinton. Please, Councillor Clinton. We allow Councillor Williams to answer.
Yes, sir. Here's what happens. When you reach the point where this is going to be resolved.
Look, Mr. Stanton, if you don't want me to be on this show, I don't want to be on the show. This guy's not answering my question.
Uncle Sam, you are not moderating the show. Uncle Sam, you are not asking question only for Uncle Sam. You are asking question. Uncle Sam, listen. Uncle Sam, please. Uncle Sam, please. We will allow the councillor to answer the question, and then you can ask your second question, please, sir. Councillor Williams, please answer the question.
Thank you. Here's how it works. When the State Department and you are resolving this, they put on a cloak of what's called confidentiality. Nothing is disclosed to anyone. And the person that is subject to that confidentiality, you can't tell anyone except your lawyer or your accountant. So your question that, do you know of anyone who's da da da? That's not how the process works. When we are settling, when we resolve this issue, I will tell you the exact statement you're going to see. The statement is going to say, Senator Nukwe in the U.S. has resolved the issue. The issue is now closed. That's it.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Your second question, sir.
So you did not name one person. You did not name one person who went to court and successfully challenged a visa ban as an individual not going to the UN. Somebody just to enter the States. You did not answer the question. But my second question is this. I know you will not tell me how much Senator Nukwe is paying you, but this is how I want us to just basically treat this matter. What is your rate? How much you charge per hour? And how many hours have you spent on this case already?
Well, that's a silly question. I mean,
okay.
I'll tell you.
Why is it a silly question?
It's a silly question because you
I can't disclose. A individual will want to know how much he spent to pay
I can't
you.
disclose.
But as I'm telling clients, people don't go say he can't say that.
Well, leave Uncle Sam and let him talk to now.
But he's a Nukwe is a public official. There's not a private individual.
Is he using ask Nukwe? You can ask his lawyer.
Is he using
ask his lawyer how much you get paid?
Clinton, wait, Uncle Sam. You have asked your second question. Councillor William, can you answer? If you can answer,
that's a stupid question.
No, I said it's silly. It's because it's barred by attorney-client privilege. I can't divulge that. The lawyer doesn't hold the privilege. The client holds the privilege.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to my brother Paul Kennedy, Councillor Clinton. And
if you want to get a sense of my rate, hire me. I'll tell you what my rate is.
Thank you very much. I think it is quite an interesting conversation ongoing. I'm pleased to meet you, Councillor Williams. In your statement, you mentioned that there was a typographical error on the publication coming out of the U.S. Embassy. Let me figure out, by this, do you mean that this is politically motivated and someone sitting from Monrovia is trying to manipulate the system to get at, elected government officials in Liberia? Is that what you are inferring?
I'm implying that 100%. Yes. I'm telling you that the document you have before you is unusual in its content in terms of how it's called the Government Publishing Office, GPO. The process through which you must go to publish anything for the American government is strenuous, to say the least. So when I look at this December 12th thing that refers to press release, that call these government officials by their last name as if they're like, Chied, Twe, and Nukwe, that's highly unusual. When I see a typo that follows that, that's highly unusual. And we talked about timing earlier in terms of what was going to happen in the Liberian Senate was going to vote for pro tem. Yeah, absolutely, it's politically motivated. Yes, that's why it was done. Unless Mr. Dwalu has evidence to the contrary.
Well, I'll let you go back to Dwalu on that. But my second question comes. So the Manesky Act of 2012 is clearly distinctive as far as, the 731C from the State Department. Under this 731C, there's a destination that stops or prohibits Senator Nukwe from coming to the United States. But your claim in court is that the United States government has no rights or, to stop him from coming to the UN when you just stated that a visa issuance is a privilege, not a right? That's my second question.
Yeah, thanks. It gives me an opportunity to clarify the point. We're not saying that Senator Nukwe has a right to come to the US. All we're saying in this lawsuit is you have tarnished someone's name. He ought to have the right to clear his name. If by byproduct of exercising that right, it means the removal of your visa ban, so be it. But our contention is not, he wants to come to America right now. Senator Nukwe doesn't travel that much to America. No, we don't care about that. we care about you designating him as someone who is a significant corrupter without the ability for him to clear his name. That's all we care about.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. We're going to bring in Councillor Gamade Clinton. Councillor.
So I don't have a question. I'm going to make a statement or two on this matter. And look, and this is where I'm going to stay. I spent a lot of time studying U.S. foreign policy to get a master's in international affairs. And even as a lawyer, I'm not as experienced as Councillor Williams, but I would not have taken this matter to court. I think this matter is really a political matter. And sanctions as a whole, if you study foreign policy, sanctions they're not intended to be challenged. They're political matters. And if you read even section 7031, Congress gives a lot of discretion to the Secretary of State, right? It says if the Secretary of State has credible information, what is credible information? That's left with the discretion of the Secretary of State. And when it comes to the issue of foreign policy, even if you read U.S. case law and U.S. foreign policy, even when matters arise between Congress and the president, when there's a tension when it comes to foreign policy, the president almost always wins. The courts always defer to the president when it comes to foreign policy. So when the court says that, look, we're not going to review the decision, because it's a difficult thing for the court to do, to review the decisions of counselors overseas. So most times these matters are usually political matters when it comes to foreign policy. So looking at them out, the first thing is the matters are not, like I said before, they're not intended to be challenged in U.S. court. These are foreigners that the Congress have given the Secretary of State some power to deny entry into the United States. There's really not right. The issue of visa is really a privilege. So there is not a right to come to the U.S. Now, Uncle Sen alluded to some high-level foreign officials that came to the U.S. Yes, that happened because there's something called the UN Headquarters Agreement. And under that agreement between the U.S. and the UN, certain officials of foreign governments, because of the position of the United Nations headquarters in the U.S., the U.S. government have to make those allowances for them to be able to come to the U.S. The issue with Nukwe and the rest of the people is a different issue. It's a highly political issue. I would not have advised Nukwe, and I know Councillor Williams saying that this is going to go on Pew, but again, I strongly believe, and that's the other reason, I strongly believe that Pew is not going to go anywhere, because that's not the intent. The reason, look, if these people commit a crime, right, if they violated U.S. laws, they can be charged in the U.S., they can be prosecuted in the U.S. That is not the intent yet. The intent of this law is solely for the U.S. to use its political muscles to do whatever it wants to do to the foreign government, right? So and to Value make a point, but there is no evidence that goes before a judge, right? They don't provide any way that you can come and challenge these things, judicially. It's all political. The only way you can handle this matter is through politics, it's through political maneuvering. That's the only way it can happen. This cannot work in the court, and that's why these people are not brought before any kind of jury. There's no kind of indictment that happens. This is a purely political process. So I don't see how Senator Newquist and the Learned Counselor intend to challenge that. I think this is a political thing with many sanctions. It's like giving Russia or China, to challenge U.S. sanctions. That's never going to happen. So I think let's call it a day. Yeah, this is really a political thing. This is how the U.S. flexes its political muscle. This is not a legal matter. If these people are charged under U.S. law, it's a different thing. They are not. This is just a U.S. foreign policy at work. That's just my statement on that.
May I respond?
Yes, sure, you may. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. It may well be political, but the State Department had two choices. It could have done this privately, as I just read from Senator Cardin's letter. And it could have done it publicly. It chose to do it publicly. It chose to name him publicly without providing any evidence to substantiate it, because our theory is there was some intent in being involved in the political process. So, as a matter of strategy, you may say that I, as a lawyer, I would have said, go this route. But as I told you, and as I repeated at least twice before, we have a multi-pronged approach. We are engaging in other processes. But it was important for Senator Nukwe to submit publicly, to say, you want to look at me and you want to designate me. Here I am in a court of law. I mean, we're in the Southern District of New York. That's a powerful court. Here I am. If you want to look at me, if you want to make these claims against me, come publicly and say it. I will present you my evidence. You present me your evidence. We'll have a trial of fact, either a judge or a jury. We requested a jury, and then we'll resolve it that way. So, Mr. Clinton, when someone impugns your character, when someone puts you on the front pages of the papers, the way to resolve it that creates maximum public confidence in your position is to make a public declaration for it. Now, when we resolve it, it will go from there. But I'm just telling you the thinking behind why this is a public matter and why we're here discussing it today.
Mr. Gray?
Honorable
Gray.
Yeah, let me say thank you very much and good evening to all. Councillor Williams, good evening from Liberia. Let me first appreciate you for mustering the courage. And this is not precedented, it's unprecedented for me. I'm proud of you as a young Liberian, one of the brothers out there. We're trying to do something that is strange to many of us. It's like it's impossible. But probably the impossible can become possible. You struck a very important point. That point is this, for me, in my mind. It's not a quest of visa. It's the issue of defamation of character. It's the issue of somebody wanting to say, let me exonerate myself. You have all of the dossier of evidence against me. I believe I'm not wrong, because the way the law run in Liberia in the United States, I believe, is that the accuser will bring the facts and not the accused. So the burden of proof lies on the accuser. That's a general adage that we have here. In my mind, that presupposes that the Americans would also do a good by presenting the pieces of evidence to the Liberian government for further prosecution, because many Liberians have argued that all these people are rogues, they are thieves, they are corrupt, but the pieces of evidence cannot be provided. And while I listen to some of the evidence being provided, talking about manipulating legislative reporting and processing, it's a kind of a big, open, ambiguous thing, legislative reporting and processing. That means when a committee report, 12 McGill or the pro tem will come and manipulate, the report will be in the favor of the corrupt people or whosoever. That's what they call maybe reporting, because it's committee report. Or processing, maybe the procedure leading to the decision of member of the legislature. And this, even for me, when the sanction issue came up and I saw the issue of manipulating legislative reporting and processing, I thought the Liberian legislature should demand explanation. Especially when you said that the way the communication was written, probably from the U.S. Embassy in Liberia. And I owe no apology, I've said this publicly. Because if you say that the manipulator legislative reporting and processing, it questions the entire legislature, the 103 of us. It questions our integrity. It means we are being manipulated. It means we are being bribed. And there are prima facie evidence to show that we are being bribed for taking the decisions that we take in terms of reporting from our various committees. And I take exception to that, and I've said that. I'm not running away from that. Some of the accusations that I've seen, I know some of the characters, and I disbelieve, not necessarily on the Twitter, the McGill, and the Protein, or Emmanuel Nukwe, but Jefferson Koji, for example. I'm very clear with that. Like accusing or human rights abuses and killing people, those are concocted allegations that have no iota of truth. Because I know Jefferson Koji, I can stand for him. Not for Jerome Vorde or few individuals to go to the U.S. Congress or individuals and lie on people in Liberia with all prima facie evidence.
Okay.
So let me conclude by stating that I will encourage you and all the Liberians that have been sanctioned, I don't miss my voice, to fight hard to exonerate themselves. It's not a matter of whether they will win the Great United States of America or not. It's the matter of setting the record straight for tomorrow. It's possible you could win. Do not allow anybody to say that you cannot win because it didn't happen in Joseph Jiggin Roberts' time, so it cannot happen in Joseph Boyka's time. I take exception to that. So again, I will salute you. You are a brilliant young man and distinguished young man that I can salute any day and praise any day for taking on this subject matter. That if you win this subject matter, tomorrow around the world, people will use it as a precedent case to further their stuff. Whether it's political or whether it's legal, go ahead. And I will encourage you to further and go ahead with that.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. You know, I would say one of the reasons why I took the case and one of the reasons why I've put so much time and effort into it is I felt, by and large, that Liberia was disrespected by this. I've never seen a communication like this to name officials the way it names them. The disrespect in it was beyond the pale. You will never see this with other country. Very, very rarely. India is one of the most corrupt places in the world. Whether you're doing business there or outside of it, that's the way it works. Very rarely do you see any of their, if ever, do you see any of their people, their lawmakers are named this way. I think someone lower level person at the embassy in Liberia put this together. It wasn't very thoughtful. It isn't very clear. And I'll say to you, Mr. Dwalu and everyone else, we all want a Liberia that works. That's the goal. That's, as citizens, that's what we strive for. We want Liberia that takes in everyone and treats all of its citizens equally as much as you can under the law. But you should know, and there are people, you know, on this show that have advocated for a strong, independent Liberia. But at the same time, I mean, you see something like this, and you don't have the same reaction. You make arguments in the case of Mr. Dwalu. I think he wants to start a sovereign wealth fund for Liberia or something like that. Oh, that's great. That's a great idea. But if you want a robust country, and if you see this happen to another Liberian, and your immediate reaction, maybe because you're not a lawmaker or whatever it may be, but if your immediate reaction is, I'm going to cheer for it, I think it's a good idea, you miss the point. Because whenever there's an outside authority that can interfere in your internal politics and disturb it to the extent that has happened in this case, I find that problematic, and I don't think you will ever have a strong, robust Liberia if you continue to take that position. You know, there's this saying, if you give a German person a gun, that German person is going to eventually point it at a Russian. But you know, if it comes to Liberia, you change out the parties. If you give a Liberian man a gun, he's going to point it at another Liberian. That's what we've always done to each other. So there are lawmakers in Liberia who are calling these people in the U.S. Oh, I have evidence. I'm reporting this. I'm reporting that. That is.
Let me before we close. I want to. Guys, please, 1 minute. I'm begging everybody. I beg you. We will have to close with you. We have other breaking information that we have to discuss. Other local politics we have to discuss. Well, I want to say I'm going to ask the last two questions from my end. I'm going to exchange your contact with Mr. Dualu, who got so many questions in this, and you guys can talk. Or maybe we'll ask you to come back again that we have for round 2 of this conversation. One, Dr. Richardson has a very beautiful question. The first question was about the travel acts concerning how would the sanction or visa restricted guys be getting money. We have this document that we posted concerning the request from, it was sent to Musa Dini, it's right there. They list them. Emmanuel Nukwe's name was the last. They were questioning, how are we going to give them in US dollars or in liberty concerning the paycheck? Did they ever come up? I mean, can you speak to this? How are they going to get paid if he is not under Manisky, but under the visa restriction? I mean, did you discuss this with the court? How is he getting paid? Under which currency?
Well, we raised this in the complaint, but I think the issue is manufactured. I mean, it's not something that the law says. I read that letter. I have a copy of that letter from the former MOJ. Yeah, and I mean, he answers the question properly, which is to say that no one in Liberia has been accused of or committed any crime, and therefore proceed as you would in the normal course of business. I think that's the right answer. TravelX, I don't know why TravelX will raise the issue. Perhaps they are confused, like most people, in terms of, is this a visa ban or sanction? It is a visa ban, so it shouldn't implicate what that letter is concerned with. And I've seen nothing in the regulations that tells me that should be a problem.
Okay, my last question here, Counsellor, and we would beg everyone, we got about 2 minutes. We have to go into other issues. It's good having you, like I said. My last question, someone asked what next. If you were to win this case for Emmanuel Nukwe, the rest of the guys were going to fly free, right?
No. The factual circumstances are different for each of them, but it will, maybe in a Liberian way of saying things, open some people's eyes in terms of how to defend yourself and how to go forward when something like this has happened to you. You know, I get calls not only from Liberian people, but there are Ghanaians and Zimbabweans and Rwandans and others who call me and about this case, being curious about it. They feel the same way in terms of being name and shame without being given the path to resolve it. So, you know, the facts are unique. So I chose Senator Nukwe because he had a really good set of facts. And so, you know, if anyone else were to move forward with challenging it, they would have to present their own circumstances too.
Did you receive anything from the American government? Any report?
Zero.
Any document?
We did a FOIA request.
The government, if they request for these allegation document, the American will turn it over to them, the Liberian Justice Department.
You know, that's an interesting thought. I've been told when we had this conversation before that the Liberian government had made that request, and there was no information forthcoming. And specifically, not by the MOJ, but I believe the state, the Liberian Foreign Affairs, Department of Foreign Affairs, had made queries on whether there was any evidence on this to substantiate it, and there was no response to it. So, but you know, I think it's important too for his voters, or maybe just Liberians in general. if something like this is if a claim like this is going to be made about your senator, I think you demand you have a right to see it. You have a right to the information. You have a right to. I mean, it's a public issue. It affects his standing, and certainly his voters are going to look at him a certain way, one way or another, because of this. So I think it's an important enough issue that if the MOJ
have you won a case of such in all of your 15? Have you won any case when you talk about sanction or a visa restriction in your public 15 years of service?
Yes, mostly for Eastern Europeans.
Okay, not for Africans.
Not for Africans.
Senator, can I make a comment? Just
real quick.
Yeah, I want to say this: when a government official who's accused of corruption being prosecuted, this is not a wish home. It's not bringing down another Liberian. We got to stop this. Prosecuting somebody who's accused by the government is not bringing a Liberian down. And I'm very ashamed of the lawyer to say that when you prosecute a government official, that means when Liberian died, another Liberian killed. That is not right, Mr. William.
No, you missed my point. You missed my point.
But brother, you're missing the whole thing.
I agree too.
Accusing someone don't mean the person is good. You are always better than other people.
I don't want many to make comment.
We have to end the show.
Do you have the court ruling? Do you have a copy of the ruling?
I sent everything. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you put it in the chat?
Yes, I'm going to put it in the chat. It's in an email, so I got to send it to the.
And then they send it to representatives. They don't make 15,000
1 minute.
Can I respond to Mr. Dwalu?
Councillor, I want to give you the last word, and I want you to use this time as your departing statement time.
Let me address what Mr. Dwalu said. I'm not saying that Liberians can do nothing wrong in the eyes of Liberians. That's not what I'm saying. I think we ought to hold each other accountable. I think we ought to push each other along because that makes us better. And every time I have an interaction with someone that's not Liberian, I try as best as I can to do my best so that person at least can say, oh, yeah, I met a Liberian way back when. It was a pleasant experience. That's fine. What I'm telling you is there are people, namely Liberians, who are trying to pull this guy down for their own gain, notwithstanding that they have no evidence to support what they're saying. That, I think, is wrong. And that, I think, is an issue that Liberians have had. In terms of how we interact with, we have a whole history of this. We fought a civil war and killed 250,000 of our own brothers and sisters, mothers, fathers, and nothing came of it, right? We're still at square one. We're still where we are. So my larger point to you, when I gave you the quote about a German pointing a gun at a Russian, what I was telling you, there is a natural affinity for a Liberian to turn the gun on each other as opposed to root for each other. You may disagree with it, you may not. That's fine.
We're talking in the context of context of Nukwe. We're not talking about every Liberian in the context of Nukwe. That's what we're talking about.
I was raising a broader point. It was a broader issue. It didn't just go to Nukwe. It was, look, if a Liberian, committed a crime, I'm not going to shield
doing in America, the sanction people that Koji then lie on them.
Okay, now we will not go there, guys. Councillor William, can you please do us the honor? Can you please do us the honor to close, finish up? Then you can leave us in our own fight, please.
Yeah, I will. I want to thank you guys for having me in my capacity as an attorney for Senator Nukwe to explain the issue and at least hopefully help people gain some understanding as to what's going on, what they should look at, what they should think through. I saw some articles that have been published by the Liberian Observer and Front Page Africa, and I would say that I think journalists really have two core functions. One, they provide you with facts. Two, they provide you with an analytical framework to tell you how they arrived at those facts. The two pieces I've read from Front Page and from the Liberian Observer were, one, poorly written, but two, they were just bad journalism. They didn't really get at the heart of the issue. No one called me. They published it, and then they started reaching out, and I had to correct them and say, well, that's not what's going on, and so that was problematic. But on a personal note, I thank you guys for having the platform, at least to where Liberians can turn to debate, even if sometimes a debate is spirited. To debate issues that are significant, and hopefully it keeps going, because if people keep talking, standards may improve in the country, and maybe we will hold each other accountable, and we will push each other, whether it's education or in governance or otherwise. So I thank you guys for having me. If there's anything I can do.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I must interrupt you because there's a lawyer asking a question.
Yeah.
And sorry that we're going to take his question while you're leaving, but they are saying that you should be able to have those documentation because you're practicing here. If you request for those documentation from OFAC, why,
it's not an OFAC issue. So OFAC is Treasury, right? It's not an OFAC issue. We did a FOIA request, which is a Freedom of Information Act, in conjunction with the lawsuit.
They refuse?
They refuse to provide it.
Don't you think you can use that as a grant?
That is a basis for a claim, yes.
Okay. I mean, because they're watching you and they're saying that you should have.
So OFAC, no. Believe me, we've exhausted a lot of areas in trying to get what we need to, because it means a lot to Senator Nuku, and I think it means a lot to Liberians too.
It means a lot to 11 of them, maybe 10 or 9 now, because Prince Johnson passed. May his soul rest in peace. But I want to say thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Again, we'll reach out to you when we have this issue that you can contribute. Thanks a lot.
Thanse for having me.
Who are we sending the bill to? Your office?
No, I'm sending you guys a bill.
All right, have a good one.
All right, take care. Everybody.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. All right, so I want to say thanks to everyone for following the spoon today. Listen, guys, we're going to go ahead now to jump into other matters, which is politics. Two things on our plate today. I'm not going to waste time to ask you guys to give your feedback. I'm apologizing to you, holder. The people heard Councillor Williams. They know exactly where we're going with this other story. One, the 5 guys, they left the country. They departed at the airport. They're gone. They're in the plane right now. Maybe they're over Kenya right now. They can't wait to come back home to Minnesota. They're gone. They left. Now, why? Where are the reports? Where? They were scheduled to have a joint conference with the Liberian National Police and the 3 gentlemen. They met President Bouaka this morning or this afternoon. We have the reports. We have the reports. I'm reading the reports over and over today. I'm not privileged to share the report. I can announce to everybody. Why did they didn't give that press conference? What do you think? Why did they didn't give the press conference? What's about this report that everybody, they're on the edge of the seat, right? We are passionate right now. Benny going to ask for the report too. But we are passionate though. Now, what's in the report? Your expectation. Will the government be law-abiding when it comes to the report? Will the people that accept the report, the majority Black and the minority Black? That's the first thing. The second thing, because we got 1 hour to go. The second issue here is that I want to announce that our brother Gregory Coleman is now well. He should be leaving the country tomorrow. We pray for speedy recovery. I don't know if I can proceed further because that's his health-related issue. He wasn't at the Liberian National Police today. If you know Greg, please reach out to him. That he should be leaving the country tomorrow early. They tried to leave today, but they couldn't. Sickness of that magnitude, we wish him well. I'm not going to get into his health record, but again, I can announce that Gregory Coleman under too much stress He is not well. If you know Greg, please reach out to him. I'm announcing that because it's only important that you reach out to the police ID, Greg Okoma. If I say he's not well on the larger scale. I'm not going to get into it. It's not like malaria 2, malaria 1, no. But I'm saying to you, please reach out to Gregory Coleman. Because he is not well, he will be leaving the country early tomorrow or tomorrow afternoon for further medical checkup. Maybe because of this reason, Gregory couldn't have the joint press conference with the fire guys. But the guys left the country. They did a report. The report will be published on the Liberia National Police website, maybe tonight or tomorrow. I'm still trying to push to see what I have in my possession. We can discuss it. But I think the word I will use is ambiguous. It's confusing. What I'm reading maybe is with my own limited understanding, and it will create more harm than good. It will create more problem for Liberians.
Can I just tell you something quick?
Uncle Sam, can I finish? I'm on the line here.
I just want to basically, give you some information. These guys were not forensic fire investigators.
Uncle Sam, let me finish.
So, I don't expect a report to be airtight.
Uncle Sam, let me finish. I'm backing you, Uncle Sam. You said it yesterday. Thank you, sir. Again, let me just say this is ambiguous. It got a lot of, conflicting, confusing stuff, and I hope if you have the chance to read it, understand it. But let me stop here and hear you. Why you think they couldn't give out the report, and what's your thought? What's your takeaway, knowing that they left the country already? Would this report help? Would this report lead the Liberian government to proceed, or would this report end the conversation about arson attack on the Capitol building?
Did you send a report?
No, I'm not sharing it with. I'm not sharing it with them. I was told not to. Again, I try to stay in the confine and respect our sources. I am not going to share this report, not even with Dr. Richardson, because now she's from CMC. So let me say this to you. Let's get into it. The left. I'm going to ask you first, Uncle Sam. I know you're coming from the attack. Let me bring you in first. The fire iceberg, the left. Why do you think they didn't give the report? They met the president, but they're out of the country now.
Because they are firefighters. They are chiefs of fire department. They put out fire. It's a whole different skill set between somebody who's a forensic fire investigator and a firefighter. These are retired chiefs of the fire department. They put out fires. They're not forensic people who they don't have a background in chemistry. They don't have a background in forensic investigation. None of that. These are just friends of, I'm sorry to talk about Buster in a negative way, but he's not feeling well. Friends of, what's his name? Winfred Russell. And you and I discussed, I won't call the other person's name. They just brought in to chop some money. This is all about. I didn't expect anything better than what they did. If that report, I should say, is ambiguous, it's because they don't have the bandwidth to do a comprehensive forensic fire examination. And they just ate the money for nothing. I can assure you of that.
Let me come to you, Dr. Richardson. What's your takeaway? They promised to have a joint press conference. They didn't. I think it was only based on the fact that Gregory woke up this morning and things went south. So therefore, they had to, leave the country to their schedule. But Gregory is not well. But what's your takeaway, Dr. Richardson?
I like to say, first of all, I have not read the report. I have not seen it. I don't know what's in the report. But as you said, the report is ambiguous, it's ambivalent. So it may be causing more time that people need to internalize it and interpret it before, they come out with a conclusion. So it's really hard to say why they didn't have a joint press conference that would have done Liberians well. I'm hearing Echo's thing.
I'm sorry, that's me.
Yeah. It would have done Liberians well to at least have a press conference with their findings. But as you said here today that the IG is not well, so maybe that contributed to them not doing a press conference today. I that's the only thing I can add to it. Yes, I agree that fire chiefs or fire departments are often administrators. They are often administrators. They are not, forensic experts. However, I mean, if you have years, I don't know the background, so I don't want to say that. I wouldn't be able to say whether if they have years of experience, if they have some education. I don't know, but I won't just negate it and say or throw it out and say, well, they're just firefighters, they're administrators. Maybe their experience, led them to have some background in finding causation, the cause of the fire. So that's what I like to just add to the story.
Lenny? I already know what Lenny can say.
So let me just say, I think it's a bit disappointing that a press conference was not held. Gregor Coma is not the police department. He's just one person there. If it was important to have a press conference, he has a deputy. He got other people there. If this was important for Liberians to know what these firefighters said, then it's all important. This leads me to believe what Uncle Sam is saying. Maybe they don't have the jurisdiction to say what happened. Maybe they just came to observe. And based on what they observed, maybe they just gave what they assume it is. Maybe they don't have the scientific evidence to say whether this was arson or this was not arson. But I think if such a thing happened, at least minimally, there should have been a little press conference to say what we saw, what we didn't see. Maybe it wasn't that important. I'm not going to put all my eggs in the basket about what the report says, because if it was important and it was something that the government was reliant on, then they would have been able to do a press conference. If that wasn't done, it is what it is.
Mr. Duado and the people.
Yeah, we're still with the ambiguity. Glennie said nearly everything I wanted to say. I don't know why they report. Maybe they need a lot of time to make sure they release the report, but I hope they have done some press conference so the Liberian people can listen to them. At a minimum, I don't expect them to give a report right away because it takes some time to put a report together, and I will concede that point. But I will also say it would have been nice to take some questions from the press and at least tell the Liberian people get to understand some of the work they did in the country. But still, I want to go to my brother Isaac. Guys, when we are trying somebody in the country, and the person did something to Liberia, and we don't take it seriously, we say that we remain in this state. I want you to know this. I say.
Well, look, guys. Every time we look for some kind of an excuse when we know and we see through the eyes of people that are wrong, it is quite simple to come and apologize for the wrong this government keeps doing to people. The embarrassment this government keeps bringing to Liberia. The shame Gregor Coma and his people keep putting out. Let's stop all of these bogus excuses. This was a fire investigation. The fire service should have more to do into fire investigation than Gregor Coma. The fire director man is in Liberia. Sorry to Gregor Coma that he is sick. What Gregor Coma being sick got to do with the people having press conference? Where is the fire director in Liberia? If even Gregor Coma is not there, is there no second person? Is there no third person? So once Gregor Coma leaves Liberia, the police closes down, no one does anything else? What kind of a thing is this? Listen to this. These are the people who were confused around the place. Gregor Coma said he got sufficient evidence to charge people, yet and still they sent for fire expert to tell them what caused the fire. We kept repeating this thing over and over, and people don't tend to want to use their little common senses. Why would you want to bring anyone when you already know the reason why you're calling them for? Just doesn't make no sense. It's only because these so-called fire experts did not give them the report they wanted to see, so they tried to bury it so that the people can leave and try to politicize it. But what kind of a government that wants to be transparent, that always talk about bogus transparency, when I come to tell the Liberian the conclusion of the so-called report for which taxpayer monies went towards it? These people left the country. Gregory said there would have been a joint press conference. What happened? Did Jesus Christ leave now? No Jesus again? The planet closed, no light? What happened? This is an embarrassment and a shame. When you keep targeting people, your political opponents, you will keep being embarrassed. And I will end us this. No one can successfully lie 10 times. Lying is hard. The more you lie, the more you keep coming up with mistakes, and the more you can't continue to lie. If you think you can lie to win, that you will lie to government, you will always face problems. This is a shame on the government.
Thank you, Isaac. Governor Clinton, let's see you. Oh, sorry, Paul Kennedy, go ahead. You guys switching up for me. Paul?
Thank you, Stanton. I'm amazed that the guys, how long they stay in the country? 4 days, 5 days? I'm amazed that they were able to conduct assessment and come out with a conclusive report that Stanton is, speaking of possessing within the short period of time. They must have brought some expertise to the table. And I would not have, the morals to condescend or try to dismiss the efforts they put in this work. Being a fire service man and being a fire station chief or national fire service chief, that two is quite different, So I wouldn't just say they are fire to get to the level these managers have gotten. They must, and now they are running their own, fire investigation and fire management firms. It comes with some level of expertise. So I wouldn't shoot their efforts down. In it all, I'm looking to see what the report says so that we can have the opportunity to peruse it and make our own analysis from it. But until I have a copy of the report to know what it is, I wouldn't be trying to speculate on it, because the fact here is they've done investigation, they're writing down what their findings are, and they're going to present it to the Liberian people. I'm looking forward to that day. I also do not think the IG statement that they have sufficient evidence to indict people who are suspect of the fire incident at the Capitol building meant they had all the evidence. Having sufficient evidence in school does not mean have all the evidence. And you can have an investigation ongoing and still bring in more experts to this investigation to get you more insight from different perspectives and different views. So nothing wrong Mr. Coleman has done here. And, I agree with Isaac that they do have a fire chief in Liberia. And I think this fire chief should be leading this investigation. Why this fire chief is not leading the investigation? Maybe they turn it over to the police because of the indication of arson. That is something completely beyond my understanding. I will side with Isaac though on this, that I think the fire chief should play a major role. So even today, we are hearing that from Stanton that the IG Coleman is not well. That does not negate the press statement or press conference that was scheduled. I would be thinking that the fire chief will step in this place and really make sure the Liberian people got, maybe if it's not all the conclusive, but a broad eye view of the reports that were conducted and the assessment that was conducted by the expatriates who came to Liberia and left. Why the fire chief is not leading this is way beyond my understanding, and we are looking to see whether we could get some statement from that with this respect. Let's look forward to that.
I don't know who's next.
I think I'm next because but listen, look, Paul, I disagree with you that Gregory Coleman is not doing anything wrong. You have to question the motive of bringing in the investigators at this point late in the investigation. Now, if the government had announced that it was investigating the cause of the fire, if the government had not concluded that this was awesome, then it makes sense to bring in investigators to help with investigation. But the government has already said it investigated this and awesome, is charged, is indicted people. So what are investigators? So it's either that these investigators are only came to the country to validate the position of the government, because I don't know what else to do. What if the investigators said in a report that this is not arson? The government going to drop the indictment at this point? What are they going to do? They're going to release all these people and drop. So you got to question the motive of the government at this point. The president from day one concluded that this was arson, carried on by talks, followed by the very same day, I think the chief of police had a press conference and concluded it was arson. The government arrested people.
Point of information: the police chief never concluded arson. He said investigation pointing to arson.
Well, I think we can find. I think we can find the video. I think we can find the video.
You don't need to yell. Stop screaming.
I have to yell. That was at the beginning.
But Samuel Jackson,
what are you doing?
They indicted people. Stop that kind of people. Stop it. They indicted people.
They indicted
people. Stop it.
You can all scream if you want to be a
screamer. Scream more than you.
But screaming does not mean
you're making sense.
Are you emotional?
No, Lee, I will call Counsellor. I will call Counsellor William back. I will call Counsellor William back for you.
You're finished?
Call you.
You're finished, Uncle Sam, Uncle Paul.
The way you're acting. You are screaming.
No, man,
they don't
know the cause of the fire.
Give you the report. Let's Stanton give you the report.
All right, guys.
We are not even out of the report at this
point.
Uncle Sam, Paul Kennedy. Sorry, I have to mute you guys. We're going to allow Clinton to speak and bring in Honorable Karis Mosey Gray. Again, I'm too much under pressure right now because you know me. I'm so tempted to release what I have, but I can't. I've been hit from all sides, but I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. But the report, I beg you, Clinton, let me take a few seconds. We got to be truthful to our fellow Liberians, folks. People's life is on the line. I mean, they met the president. They gave the president a copy of the report. This is concerning. Why? I don't know.
Instead of mouth itching.
Because you know,
he talking today or he talking the after tomorrow, the two we will still come out something.
But because you know, to tell you the truth, Uncle Sam, we pray that Gregory is well, and we pray that he recover. But like what Glenn said, you have the fire chief, you have the justice ministry. They who have come out to have, before those people leave the country, before leaving, they should have done the joint press conference. That one war I won't call on this show today. One big war I won't call. You know I don't call war. That will put your client everything. One war I won't call. One big war.
Senator, you call it today, you call it 1 week from now, it will still be called at some point. But yeah.
No, the Tina favor Unity Party people, so he will not talk it. And the whole thing, they're begging him so they can talk it.
Eventually, what they're going to say, if this report says that there was no arson, what they're going to say? I don't think the investigators, because investigators, if the government come and say that investigators said one thing, investigators have accountability.
In possession of that report, other people don't have it now.
Moment, I was on the floor. Let me finish.
I didn't say I was the only person, though. I didn't say that. Put that up, Patrick.
Okay, wrap on that. See, you get talking to
down with the crossfire now.
Pushing one more year.
Stanton confused completely today.
Look, man.
It would do me. I would do my Liberian people the honor for me to leave the show and go to Bible study out. Today is Tuesday.
Look at it, but man, you're not going. You're not going tonight.
We got
The biggest Stanton.
Look, at the end of the day, what Stanton says is the government is going to have to make the position and the credibility of those fire marshals or investigators are going to be on the line. If the government, if they wrote in a report that this is no arson, the government says it's arson, they are going to and they're going to speak it. They are not going to put their credibility on the line. So I think the government is in a difficult position here. For me, I think they did it wrong. They should not have concluded that this was arson until they brought in all the investigators and did all the findings. So it is what it is. I think with everything that's going, I think the president today announced investigation into some things that some of them we know that this government even concluded on. Now they're asking, even this government concluded on the presidency. So, it's just like, where's Dwalu laughing? Dwalu don't want that shit.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Honorable Gray. I'm done with the report issue. I'm not talking about report. We're going to move on.
Yeah, because I also been briefed. The report is indicting. The government cannot exonerate herself. The simple reason why Gregory is sick.
We got another sweet talker.
I've been on the phone, you've been watching me. The simple reason why Gregory is sick and he leaving the country because he embarrassed into his professional career. He ran too much with things that he should not have run with. I can tell him 1 year free. Gregory will be leaving the country, it's true. I'm sorry for him. With all my disagreement and criticism of him, that's why as a professional man, in certain technical position, you stand in high moral grounds. You resign. Or even if you don't want to resign, you tell the people that I'm the professional man and this is how it's supposed to go. And don't yield to the pressure from politicians to indict fanatical and other people. The fire service, like you said, the fire service boss is here. The Minister of Justice, they already indicted people on criminal matters. Arson, that one of the charges. I'm surprised that Paul saying that the man pointing to, but is that one of the charges, part of the indictment. Okay. Every one of you will be surprised that they cut off that press conference today because not only of the ambiguities, but also that the government would be embarrassed. It will end up to wish on. I defy the government to put out the report tomorrow. I defy them anytime to put out the report. The first thing the guys came here, they brought it in with 30,000. They get them 30,000 United States dollars. That's the fight. It's no debate. 30,000 United States dollars. That's what they gave to them.
We have no evidence to that.
Excuse
We have
me.
no evidence to
Please,
that.
start off. Stay away from this. Don't make me bring Bible here. Please stay away.
Why you bring Bible for that?
Send a copy of the receipt to Stanton, then we'll know. Send a copy of the receipt to Stanton. I really want to see that.
No, I know they paid 30,000 because let me tell you, Liberia is a very small area. Other people are very annoyed with this because they operated with the people. Some of them should have.
Man, nobody get 30,000. The game get a guy at 30,000, man.
Forget about Stanton, please. Stanton, with all due respect to you as a brother, please stay out of this. Please. Stanton, please. I beg you. You say you're fighting for the Liberian people. They gave the people 30,000 United States dollars. There is not a hidden thing. Even some people are annoyed about that. They kept them here, they brought them, they bought the ticket to and fro. That not voluntary thing they came to do to Liberia. Imagine, I want to come to a second point. If that was President George, we are bringing a friend for 20 years to do an investigation. Even if he was a professional, how the expert, all the opposition will be running around here. Oh, yeah, they will be criticizing. I remember the 16 billion, the GSC under the statute, under the law, has the right to audit. They said they didn't want it. They didn't bring FBI. That do this. The half crow came in. Today, President Boyka brought a personal friend, his son, 20 years when the boy came straight and went to Bombing County to meet the president. The man that came to the country and brought two friends. Can you expect us to respect the result? Start on the reason why you're here, you're going to no Bible study, you want to escape the program today. I agree with you when you said you are under pressure. Even Dwalu, with all the criticism Dwalu can do, Dwalu, if you see a copy of that report, you will be embarrassed. You will bury yourself.
Oh. Let Patrick
Thank you. Let Patrick talk, please.
You bury yourself. No, I just conclude. Don't say Patrick talk. Patrick coming back with fire. Don't say patriot talk.
No,
But
but we
Stanton, if you Stanton Watterson,
Waterspoon,
sorry. Believe in a true redemptive fight for the Liberian people. That report, you will release it. Stanton. This is Liberia. You are fighting for Liberia. You have
send a report to me. Send a report to me.
You have transition. Get a report. Even if you want to send it to me, because for me, I think getting a full briefing. Send it to Dualu. Send it to Dr. Richardson. I'll back you.
Okay,
send it to them.
No, but I don't have it. I want you to send
report.
me what briefing says. Send it to me
Sam
right
Jackson will say, my Liberian people. Sam Jackson. You will say, my Liberian people. To my Liberian people. To the United Party.
So let me talk now.
Embarrass you people. It's an act of wisdom. I'll rest on this subject matter. For you to leave today, for our men to leave, this Stanton to leave, that means escaping the reality. And I don't believe that he will leave tonight.
Nobody believe all of things he said, Greg.
That your business, and you can support the regime. You very condescending to former government official or people from Georgia administration. Me and Jeremiah couldn't work in Bay Hospital. He took government money and put it in the hospital. There's a report on you call him corrupt. You voted for him. No, that your business you run it. Let me tell you, if you behave that they consistent as a politician, nobody will trust you with that money. I can tell you that for sure. Be very objective when you come on the show. You gotta be objective. That's what I'm telling you. The last time I was defending you to some people, they say, how do they trust you with that money when you're very political?
Good, man.
When they bring that money, you see they store the money, right?
But
Oh, okay, that go ahead. Just, that all man go ahead. I just want you.
I let the show before I start. I let the trend the show is taking. Nobody time anybody anymore. I hope nobody will apply that.
I mean, everybody here will time you.
I beg you, your leader, man, please.
I said everyone also say good night. Then let's say good night.
No, you want close this
what,
show. We're not
what I'm
tonight.
hearing tonight, everybody keep talking about report, but nobody is making specific reference to this report. I don't know whether it's still in the Zobuch. You people get a report, you can't make any reference. So I consider it to be a gossip. Let's remain silent until the constituted authority can publicly announce what is in this report. CEO mentioned report, Gray mentioned report, but there's no reference being made. So for me, but let me say this. I don't have a problem with people coming from abroad to authenticate what the government said. I think in the spirit of sincerity and transparency, when we question I personally question the sincerity of the government to exclude members of the majority bloc. They are not being invited for questioning. The police that were on the scene that night, the police have not been called for questioning. Only members of the minority bloc and their staffers have been invited for questioning. So for me, I felt that in the spirit of transparency and accountability, there must be an independent body to investigate. Because both of these, these people, majority, minority bloc, they were, somebody is, I think in the background, something happening. And it doesn't make sense. I still sit and ask myself, why these other people, they have not been invited? For what? But I don't want to agree that Gregory Cuomo is running away. No, I don't. It depends the channel. I give you for instance, Honor Ellen Johnson Salim regime. Issue of this nature, they were referred to the Ministry of Information, they communicated to the public. As a matter of fact, the government has an information ministry that communicates or manages the public narratives of the government. Are we suggesting tonight, or are we not taking into consideration, maybe who knows, tomorrow is Wednesday, that Ministry of Information, maybe on Thursday, they will release the report. Government has so many channels. And, Honorable Gray, For me, I'm not concerned about who gives the report. Government has so many channels. It's possible the President of the Republic of Liberia can announce and take a decision. It's possible it goes to the Minister of Information. It's also possible the police spokesperson can issue the statement and release the report, or if they choose, they just publish it in the newspapers. So the issue about who should be present and the report is given, it does not validate that if the police IG gave the report, there is authentic. The report is out. Anybody can release it. So it's just a matter of time. So let us forget about the bureaucracy, the police, the other person. I don't think that's the issue. My only issue here is, as I close, is the fact that I'm still here wondering why members of the majority bloc, none of them were invited, why the police that were on the scene when the incident took place, why they were not invited, only members of the majority bloc. So I am really interested in knowing this independent body. You know what is in this report. I have not seen the report. Everybody say the report is damaging. You get all the report if you're happy. So when we wake up tomorrow morning, we'll know how to analyze. But everything you're saying, the report damaging, the man run away from the report, and this and that, I don't agree.
Vandela, nobody said the report is damaging. Nobody said that.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam.
It's 42 there, everybody close.
Thank you very
No,
much.
somebody said, oh, the report is damaging. This and that. Honorable Gray was mentioning that the man run away from the report because it's damaging.
Okay, so I want to say to all of you, listen.
Jamba, you can't listen
because of the lawyer, we had to shift a little bit. The report and the report will be out by tomorrow. You know, when they presented the report to the president, it was kind of like a back and forth whether to release this report. I don't think Gregory illness have anything to do to why they didn't release the report. If I continue talking, I will say something. Can somebody interrupt me? Why are you laughing?
It's your turn to talk. Keep talking. Nobody interrupting you.
Stand on.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Since when the spoon become afraid of talking thin?
All right, guys. Listen, this is about Liberia, and this is what we do. I'm going to.
The man not get a report. No report. That's somebody calling again G's, but it's not verified yet.
And a good thing going here, you know, I don't drink Kissy Pepsi. So I don't live on G's.
But man, why coffee that the same thing? Got caffeine inside.
Not so much shot man fire you VB.
I don't drink Kissy Pepsi, so I don't dwell in G's. But the reason why we don't get I don't eat Kissy cow either. Now, Richardson, you want to add something? I think it's really important that we the report got 13 pages. All of the pictures they took that have extra 18 pages. The report itself from page 1 to the conclusion, that 13 pages. But when you get to page 2, they gave you the cost. And if I continue talking, I would say something.
Let end the show.
Look at Jenny.
Can I say let me close?
Nothing.
No. Somebody play music though. I don't know who's that. Maybe that one, but great. Uncle Sam. I'm gonna break protocol today, and somebody will be mad with me. But I'm working for the executive marshal. They got a report. They're sharing the report. The executive marshal sharing the report. So I read. I will not share, but I will read. Forgive me from the executive marshal that sent a report to me. Please forgive me. I promise not to do this in my life again. This conclusion is based on an objective evaluation of all available data, providing an unbiased and systematic approach to the fire investigation. Additional forensic analysis and collaboration with law enforcement may require to further assess motive, means, and responsible parties. Now, Uncle Sam, I'm going to read the last paragraph because you spoke to this, and I think folks are saying this last paragraph make it ambiguous. Listen, these opinions are held to a reasonable degree of probability and are based upon information available at the time of the investigation. This file will be closed at this time, but we reserve the right to reopen investigation if additional information become available. I'm concerned. Listen to that, and people are going crazy. I can only read that. I don't want to give the cut.
Nobody, they found nothing.
But
Spoon cannot break the news tonight.
But
they're not breaking the news now.
But I make Spoon a weak network because I make you a strong one because it's ability to break the news. If the government will break the news, then what kind of news you have? If the government is going to break the news, then you're not breaking the news.
You can read it yourself.
But that's what the network is supposed to break the news. You're supposed to be the first to break the news.
But I'm not breaking the news. Why you can get a chance?
They may break the news, man. They may break the news.
But Gamade, you gotta wait, but man, this is something we do to remote job. We do it cheer. We don't rush to go ahead. All right, we do it cheer. That's the reason why I think the nation is listening. And please share the show. Invite your friend. We are about to give you the information on the report from the fire expert. We want you to please share this. And after this, you can find this on the Spoon Network page. To our sources worldwide, forgive us for breaking protocol tonight, something you know I don't do usually, but I have to. Uncle Sam, let's read this. It was signed by Chief Jerry Strass, Chief Clan Parliament, and Chief Mark Lee, March 4th, 2025 at 10 a.m. They presented this document, and to my brother from Data Patrick, I don't gossip, my friend. This is a reliable network. They presented this document to the commander-in-chief, and I had to go into this thing. It's 13 pages. But Uncle Sam, something caught my attention here. Additional forensic analysis, you've been saying that, Uncle Sam, and collaboration with law enforcement may be required to further assess motive. Let me hear you. They listened to you probably, and now they have said they are not a forensic analyst. So talk to me, Uncle Sam, while I keep this up.
So additional forensic analysis in collaboration with law enforcement may be required to further assess motive, means, and responsible parties. That means they don't know what's going on. They don't have any idea. They're not forensic specialists. Okay, they just came here to eat LMP money and bamboozle us. The matter is closed. There is no case. And period. End of conversation.
No, for that, please, we are serious now. Please don't interrupt. We'll come to you. I'm begging you, my brother. Dr. Richardson, what say you about the last two paragraphs?
This is interesting, to say the least. I want to say two things. I want to say first, I agree with Glendy that this report should have been at least read to the Liberian people or discussed during a press conference. It doesn't have to take Gregory Cuomo alone to be available for such a magnitude of situation to be explained to the Liberian people. I think we have to move beyond just depending on one person or making the government or an agency just depend on one person. Liberia is beyond one person. Secondly, I think I said this earlier. The fact that these guys had experience in working as fire chief. I didn't read. Some of them have had forensic investigation background, but that does not rise to the point to say that they are experts in the field of analyzing the cause, the motive, and the means of how a fire occurred. The sad situation is this have put our Liberian government in a bind. Is kind of have led Liberian government to state that we have people in jail. The president said it was hooligans that caused this fire. And now we have a report that cannot substantiate, what are the hooligans or the people that are in jail caused the fire. So it puts Liberian government in a bind. It's like it leaves us with a lot of unanswered questions. Where do we go from here? So if I was the fire chief, I'd be sick. I mean, if I was the police IG, and I'd be sick to my stomach as well, because where do we go from here? Because the Liberian government now apologize to the people that they have. Do they go by the evidence that they currently have? I mean, so there's a lot of unanswered questions, Stanton, for me.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Glendy, let me ask you this question though. They are saying we are not forensic expert. We need forensic expert. Does that mean anything else they say as to the cause of the fire is just fruitless, Glendy? Because now they're calling for forensic?
Of course it's fruitless. Even the conclusion that the Liberian government came up to is fruitless. Because if you bring this, and this is what I said from the onset, you can't just look at the color of a smoke and say that it was arson. You can't do that, regardless of what side of the eye we're on. You can't assume that, it was this group that burned it. Everybody has expressed that before. What about the police people who worked at night? What about interviewing some of the people in the majority block? Your focus was just on the minority. Now you've gotten a group of people who saying, just like we are not qualified to determine the cause of the fire, you also are not qualified. That's as simple as that. We didn't do forensic evidence, and the government came to the conclusion that this was arson. Now you have a group of people saying, we're not close with the authority, so we can't tell you how the fire was caused. So where are we? Square zero. If zero has a square.
But why did they go there then? Why couldn't it? I don't know.
Mr. Sorry, Dr. Richardson, we got 8 more minutes to go. Mr. Dwalu?
You got business being there, man.
No, Stanton, my thing is, I'm not even going to comment on this report. Let's see, always say start laughing.
I will laugh at you, Dwalo. I will laugh at you.
We need more supporting documents. I don't want to believe this is the limit of the report that was submitted by the.
Somebody. Can we mute guys? Can we mute Clinton, Vendetta, Patrick, please?
To the extent that they come in, I'm pretty sure the government going to come in formally and let the Liberian people know what this report is all about. It's bit and pieces of the report. I don't think this is the full report. I want to believe this is the full report. So for me, I will wait until we get a full report.
No, we didn't say this is a full report. I'm just giving you part of the conclusion of the report.
Yeah.
For us to understand.
But that is not a conclusion. Says I didn't put the conclusion of the report.
No, guys, wait now. Guys, just stop, please. I'm asking a question. There's something in this report that Uncle Sam spoke to. When they asked him to bring in additional forensic and expert, because Uncle Sam, that was his talking point, and that's what I posted that, right? But again, I respect it. Listen, they report here. It is what we have putting out Josh Manor. We are LDCC.
I'm not sending the report now. Send the report to me.
Paul Kennedy, we will jump over you because we know you have the report. You're a friend to Gregory Coma, so we'll jump over you, Paul.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. You're taking the joke to the limit now. I'm not privileged.
No, but gotta be sure. My first I see him pass here today. You are serious, Uncle Saying serious.
I gotta be serious because Liberians will speculate and jump into conclusions so fast. Just like Councillor Williams said, I don't want people sitting in the audience believing that I have a tie to Gregory and I have sensitive information on Liberia. Do not jeopardize my family. I'm not going to do that.
Which one? Your family in Liberia, your family?
I'm just saying, do not do that. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of Liberian people who may not take joke. They take things and run with it.
We agree. I take it back. You are not friend to Greg. You are not friend to Gregory. You just his consultant.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Paul.
The other guy having internet problem tonight. What's going on with Vendetta Patrick? Go ahead, Paul.
The reading says this.
My internet is stable tonight. No internet problem.
The reading says this conclusion is based unobjective evaluation of all available data, but this is not a conclusion. So, like Dwalu said, I will wait to read the conclusion before I can make any, pertinent analysis of the issue, because I don't have the conclusions in my head. I have 2 paragraphs saying that a conclusion has been made, but what this paragraph did not do, it did not provide me access to the conclusion so that I can read it to deduce any reasoning or rationale or what next. And it said additional forensic analysis and collaboration with law enforcement may be required. Maybe, it's not definite. So like I said, I'm not going to speculate on this. I'm going to wait until the full report can come in my hands. I will read it, I will adjust myself to it, and then I will make further analysis on this issue. But I think the report is good. I'm just willing to see it. 13 pages, you give me 1 paragraph. It is not enough for me to speculate.
Wow. All right. So, wow. Oh, Clinton, go ahead.
Look, that is not a conclusion of report, and I don't think what the experts are saying. You need additional forensic analysis and also collaboration with law enforcement to determine motive. You can't determine the motive, I believe, by forensic analysis. It would tell you, the cause of the fire and blah blah. But why the forensic is not going to tell you why somebody did the fire, right? So of course, you need law enforcement to go and do the investigation and stuff like that. So that's what they're saying. The President was saying that, look, to determine who the suspect, maybe there's no fingerprint, right? So forensic is not going to tell you if there's no fingerprint who did the fire. So then you need law enforcement to go and do investigation. So that's pretty much what they're saying, but that's not the conclusion of the report. It's saying based on our conclusion, you'll need further information to do this. Stanton. Anthony?
Okay, who's next?
Are you not feeling your feeling freeze?
Who next?
Yeah.
Honorable Gray.
Yeah, let me look. That report is concluded. When he says it's not a conclusion of the report, maybe he's talking about the suggestion they made that they need to go further. But the report says concluded. That's why the guys left the country. They're finished with their part of it. No argument. You're not going to pay money to bring them back again. The argument clear that, look, you need to do further forensic investigation. You need to establish motive. That means in his mind, the government has not even established a motive. Whether that electrical burn or somebody really want their motive or whether the accident, the government in their mind, from that conclusion that they made in that report, I'm not talking about what is suggesting in the future. They have not been able to establish motive. The means. They were not able to establish the means. Okay. That's why when we say the government here has been involved into witch hunt. Once the president made a statement, the police director came and they indicted people on the basis of arson attack. They had to do everything humanly possible. And from that assessment, very important. Gregor Common men were sleeping on duty that night. None of them were investigated. Not even a single member for the majority bloc. That one of the clues that this case is a political case. The way people handle things in this country when it comes to investigation. That one of the things. I don't care what Dadu then will say tonight. You know what it means? For you to pay 30,000 US to fire expert, quote unquote fire expert, bring it in the country and they say, my man, they're here, we're not forensic investigator. Why you waste our time? Why you waste our time? This entire thing can be used to exonerate our people. People have been tortured in the country. Why, in fact, you torture people? Why, in fact, you indict people to bring fire expert into the country? Or I know fire manager because they say they're not expert. They don't know forensic. You get fire people in the country here. They can't read a report. For the report to be leaked, it shows the vulnerability. The report should not even be submitted to the president. It should have been first submitted to the Minister of Justice. It's the Minister of Justice that will advise the president. But you tell the report because the president friend, you carry it straight to the president. Instead of taking the report to the Minister of Justice, he's the only official of government that can differ with the president because of the legal position he has.
Honorable Greg, why is the proof that they took the report to the president?
Stanton even said that he can report to the president.
No, but Stanton is not God.
Okay, wait.
Remember,
That was
when I was
Stanton.
thinking for the show,
My
if you
man.
don't believe what we're saying at some point, I show you report, then they're questioning us, they don't join us. They took the report to the president. Don't blame me for no. But do not blame me that I have access to information that you do not have access to. And you tell me, say, I'm not God. I am not God, but we have the report. They sent a report to the executive mansion this morning, all right? And you still questioning whether the president got it or whether I have it. No, don't do that. Let's talk on the issue, my man.
Stand up.
Stand up.
You see, stand up.
But
Vio, if the man say he has a report, I you say the man got a report. The man say he has it.
No, I'm not
stand
saying
up.
he said. I'm
Stand up.
asking Honorable Gray. Gray said it
Stand
should
up.
have been
Let's
said.
go to show, man.
Stand up.
No,
Yes,
that's
let's
we're
do our 1
gonna
minute
do our
closing. Let's go. Let's
no,
go.
we're gonna do our closing.
No,
I
stand
beg
up.
you guys. Yes, Honorable Gray, 1 minute. I beg you, sir.
Okay.
Honorable Gray, 1 minute. All right. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a whole report out and just call it a day. This will also be investigating Funati Kofa tomorrow because I hate what's going on. We have access and we have eyes all over. Thank God people trust us to give us information. They fire thing. They promised to upload it on the Liberia National Police website through the Ministry of Information. We are an independent network. If we see something, we say something. And when we say something that is not national security issue, then we'll make some adjustment. The report is a public document. It will be up, so let me put it up. I'm going to put the first page up.
Yeah, but
Honorable Gray, let me just move ahead. I beg you, back, please.
let me conclude. I beg you.
Honorable Gray, your conclusion important than the report I'm about to put up.
But what are you saying? That your report that the president gave it to you?
Honorable Gray, be serious, man. Be serious.
Speak again.
Stand up, please. I beg you. You see, Snow said something on the network here, and believe me, that one of the reasons I said I don't want to go in your chat room. There will be times people will be compromised because they are friends.
Ahead over Gray. Let's just go ahead with it.
Let him put a report up.
Yeah, but let me put it up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Gray. The cause is incendiary, which is intentional. You can screenshot this. This is the first page of the report, fire investigation report. Those of you that have your camera, screenshot it. And I think it will be placed on the Spoon Network page. And everybody can go ahead and look into this. I'm not putting the 13 pages up. This afternoon, when we receive the report, the cause incendiary may intentional. But if you read the conclusion, which is so ambiguous, you will come to understand how they got to it being intentional. We are an independent network, and God bless us with information to share with the Liberian people. The fire guys that went into the country, Ken Fitterman, Jerry Spetch, and Matt Lane, these are the findings. Investigation status, incident, and property. Now, because of the lengthiness of the report, I gave you the first page. We have concluded everything thus far. The rest of the information will be placed on the Spoon Network before tomorrow morning, because we got to upload everything, and I'm going to ask the staff to do so. Other than this, I'm going to put the beginning of the conclusion of their findings. And I hope everybody can read. Mr. Eduardo, I'm going to put it in the chat room for you to see better, and for you to please read it for the sake of those of our folks in Radio Land. So it is in the chat room. Please read it, Mr. Eduardo. These are public documents. It will be made public. It will be on our pages, and you can follow Spoon to find it.
Can you send me a copy?
You just put it in the chat room, but you put only one page, yes, Tintin.
Yes, I want you to read this page I put in the chat room.
Okay, so this page, the address is Kim Johnson Road, Monrovia, Liberia. The dwelling type is Assembly Liberia Capitol Building. Protection, no sprinkler, no smoke detector, no central alarm monitoring. December 18, 2024, approximately 6:20 to 6:32. Fire structure, incendiary, not recorded, none. Liberia National Fire Service, the FDID is NA. Now the investigation, let me just summarize the summation here. December 18, 2024, investigation handled exclusively by LMP and the Liberian Fire Service. February 28, 2025, FRA investigator arrived in Monrovia. March 1st, 2025, briefing with law enforcement. FRA investigator begins site evaluation. May 2nd, 2025, FRA continues site evaluation. The continued site evaluation, FRA transfer evidence to LMP, 12:48 p.m. FRA turns building over to its jurisdiction. May 4, 2025, they close the investigation.
All right, so you have that. I'm going to put up the conclusion, and let's do this. It's after 6. Bear with me. I'm uploading. You have the last portion of the conclusion. I'm going to put the first portion of the conclusion up, and that is the conclusion. There's a reason why I'm doing this, because I don't want anybody saying Stanton had information from the people that follow us so dearly. This is non-political. Everybody involved have to receive the information. And to those true Liberians that believe in transparency, good governance, we want to appreciate you. That doing that which you can do, that we can inform our Liberian people on this issue. I believe it's in the interest of good governance, transparency, that we do this thing. Mr. Dualo, I'm putting this in the chat room. Allow me to put it up first, and then you can please go
I
ahead.
can read it from the screen. I can see it from the screen very clearly.
Okay.
Let me read it from the screen. Yes, I meant March 4th. I apologize if I said May. Apologies. Yes, the conclusion.
No, not the conclusion, Mr. Dualo. We read that. I'm putting the beginning of the conclusion up. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'm putting the beginning of the conclusion up. It just kind of to zigzag. I got to fix it. There we have a. All right, 1 minute, guys.
Yep.
Grandmother, you on here?
Yeah, let me go.
Well, Grandmother,
Okay.
I'm here.
So it's in. Excuse me, guys. I got to run through this, and I will leave you alone. It's in the chat room, Mr. Duado.
It was sent on 18 loan. Let me try to read it quickly.
No. Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Duado. I'm putting it up. I know it long. That's why I sent it to you.
Okay.
I'm putting it up. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Then I see the chat room.
Okay. So yeah, you can go ahead, Mr. Duado. There you have it. That's
So
the
it
beginning.
says-
That's the beginning of the conclusion. So go ahead.
So the conclusion, I think the screen is better. The conclusion, it says, based on systemic fire investigation following best practices, the fire has been classified incendiary in nature. The determination was reached through a methodical analysis of fire patterns, material damage, witness statements, and physical evidence processed and collected at the scene. The area of origin has been identified at or near the speaker's podium, where the most significant fire damage was identified. The finding is supported by burn patterns analysis and correlates with witness statement regarding the fire, the first windows breaking on the west side of the building, which introduced additional oxygen and intensified the fire. Our investigation concludes that if fire originating near the speaker's podium will involve a lot of combustibles such as furniture, clothes, mounting, foam, chairs, carpet, and the like. I think they meant burning. I just want to be sure. The rapid spread of the fire suggests an injectable liquid was used to allow such a fire to spread to full involvement within minutes. Above the speaker podium was a vertical wall covered with wool paneling and the Liberian crest on its face, with the fire originating at or near the podium. The fire moved vertically up the wall and crossed the underneath side of the west wall balcony. It then moved vertically up the front of the wool covering backdrop with the Liberian crest into the ceiling. Our investigation ruled out an electrical cause, as an examination of electrical conductors in the area of origin found no evidence or icing or short circuiting. Additionally, prior vandalism had resulted in an exterior electrical conductor being cut, further eliminating the possibility of an electrical ignition source. No evidence or of energized appliances of active electrical loads was present at the time of the fire. Building maintenance stated that air conditioning units were not working, and if they were, they would not have been in use as they do not operate them unless the chamber is in use. Within the areas of origin and along primary egress route, we located 8 1-gallon containers which were not observed in the building less than 24 hours prior during a legislative meeting. The placement of these containers, particularly near exits, suggests intentional effort to obstruct egress and increase fire spread may have been the intent. Considering the lack of accidental ignition sources, the presence of ignitable material in key areas, and fire behavior consistent with an incendiary at rapid fire growth, the cause of the fire has been classified as intentional incendiary. That is, I don't know if I can see on the screen.
To be clear, after this, then we get to the final report. We read this. There you go. That's the last page. So let's just close on this report. There are 13 pages. You can go through step by step, but I gave you the cost and we got to the conclusion. Let's hear everyone, and then we will have to leave the show. It's on the Spoon Network, the Spoon TV page, please. It is uploaded. All of the report, the first 18 pages and that of the 13 pages, you'll be able to read them all. Dr. Richardson, I beg, we have said enough on the sanction. We do not have enough time. Can we only close on this report as our closing for today, man? Please.
Well, one of the first things that was helpful for me in reviewing the report is to distinguish whether the report was electrical or caused by someone. Oops. Can you guys hear me? I feel like, can you hear me?
You are sticking. Your internet is sleeping. If you can hear us, we'll bring you back on.
Yeah, okay.
If you can hear, we'll bring you back on.
I can.
Dr. Richardson, you're breaking off.
I can hear you guys. I don't know.
We are not hearing you.
Can you guys hear me?
All right. Uncle Sam, you want to go ahead to Dr. Richardson?
Yes.
Internet can reconnect.
Look, they said incendiary, right? And then they said inactivable fluid. They were not specific. You can't go to court and say inactivable fluid. There has to be a forensic examination of what that fluid was, whether it was gasoline, whether it was kerosene, or whether it was other flammable stuff. You can't go to court on that. And the means, how was the fire set, and all of that. These guys don't have the bandwidth. I've been telling you guys from the very beginning. They're asking for additional forensic examination to determine the chemical composition of the inactivable fluid. This is not an investigation. This is an opinion based upon just a close examination of the area. You can't use this in a court of law. It cannot be used in a court of law. When you take somebody to court, you have to say they use gasoline, they use this kind of fluid, but inactivable fluid, and they say it's incendiary. These are all vague terminologies, and I don't believe that this case, if it goes to court, will pass the muster of reasonable doubt under any circumstance. So this was just a waste of time, because even they are asking for additional forensic examination and analysis and collaboration. The motive. What is the motive? That is extremely important. They cannot determine motive. They cannot determine means and opportunity. Those are the three, and I'm not a lawyer, and I hope government will hear, but those are the three cardinal requirements for conviction in the court of law. You say somebody committed an act. The motive, the means, and the opportunity cannot be determined. So here you go. It's a complete flop, and we just have to go on.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, you can hear us now.
I just wanted to say that, at least we gathered some information from the report. It told us, that it was not electrical, because there were a tendency to want to think that it was electrical, that it was based on human behavior. Someone, did something to inflame the fire. But I want to side with Uncle Sam that they did ask for additional assistance. It would take forensic, and specifically the part I want to side with you for, it needs to take a specific forensic expert to put the pieces together in the way in which the Liberian government is presented in court. Okay. And I'm saying this because I remember, and I'll be done with this when I remember the Odell Sherman case. We had a pathologist from the United States go to Liberia, and he did an excellent job. And his finding was descent from height. And I remember saying, great, we know something. But it turned out that he did say we needed additional assistance with police experts to determine, what happened, the full story, to be able to blame anyone. And from that, I learned that no matter what, you still need that police, that law enforcement aspect to be able to put the story together to present to court, to present a compelling and convincing argument. That's what I learned from that case. And it was as disappointing as it was for me to know the word that he used was descent from height. He didn't say she fell. He didn't say somebody pushed her. It's the same word they used in here. They said it was caused by human behavior. It was intentional. Okay. But what is the next step? Who did it? What, when, how is where we're stuck right now. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Thank you. Sis Glenn, you talk to us.
I think the conclusion here from the fire service people that were here, it has put a dent in the government's case, in my opinion. Number one, if they're reliant on these experts that have come, then the experts are saying to them, what you concluded on, you should not have concluded on it. Like Dr. Richardson said, yes, we have some information. Human being did it. It was intentional. Who did it? We don't know. Was it gasoline? Was it kerosene? Was it water? We don't know. Could those gallons that were at different points, could they have been that the Capitol building doesn't have current and it was used for the generator? We don't know if they have generator. So there's so many questions that we can ask. And if the government is relying on this group of experts, then what they're saying to the government is, this is a serious case. You have to be able to have the evidence, and you need forensic evidence to be able to properly adjudicate this case. But it's just saying that what they did too was a rush to judgment if they had already concluded that they knew who did it. They arrested these people. These people that they have now brought is saying, we don't have sufficient evidence to call the case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guadu.
Yeah, let's get a few things straight. The investigator's job was not to call the case. The investigator's job was to establish a few facts. These are the facts. They believe that an accelerant was used to ignite the fire.
They never use accelerant. They said ignitable liquid.
Okay, that's the same thing. You interchangeable.
No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Okay, let me finish.
It's not the same thing.
Let me finish my own.
Ignitable liquid is not necessary and it's accelerant.
Okay, listen.
Conclude.
Yes, issue, Uncle Sam. You just messed up my train of thought. You did a beautiful job with that. But I'm going to say this, and since you got to protect me here, they spoke very clearly. Their job was not to determine who did this. They established a few facts. And if the issue is that this was intentional, this was very, very clearly spelled out. If they use combustible, they use accelerant, they cannot determine the chemical composition of the accelerant that was used. That is to be determined by somebody more trained to do that. So we know the foundation of the case. Now, the investigation, they're not there to determine who did this to the legislature, but they have to their job was to determine how this was done. And I think they did do their job. If you look at this case now, it's up to the government how they present that case, whether this case is convictable or whether they can find somebody in the process of this. Now, let's understand this though. We know for a fact that the legislature will burn. We know for a fact that this was intentional. We know for a fact that something of a chemical nature that could ignite something in the legislature was used, and they say it was intentional. All of those are established, and this is what we have to understand. I'm going to lay that basis. Brother Kennedy.
Oh, my guest still in the house.
Paul Kennedy.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, saying this.
Look, let's clarify some things here. Again, as in my previous statement, we will really honor these fire service men who came to, to take their time up to speak up to this issue. The fire service job, the investigator job was not to come and arrest people. Motives and means are human actions, and the only people who can call that are police. And you call that from people you claim are suspects. So for people to sit on this forum to say, oh, the people reported could not engage, they not tell us the motive, so their report is trash. I would not do that to any educated person, and I don't believe we should be doing that to people who have learned and have experience and have come to do a piece of job. The people clearly told you that the entire issue about electricity was ruled out. This fire was not caused by a conduct of any electrical element. So they don't see that. In fact, they were specific. They said it was done by human action. Human action letting fire. They're not asked on there. Those of you who went to Harvard, can somebody just clarify to me if a human action intentionally let fire, is that not is that not what they call it arson? I would let the Harvard people come and tell me that, because I went to Harvard. I went to the W. I didn't go to the V. But what I clearly understand here from this report is that they have told us whatever happened in this building was ignited was the igniting element were used by human beings who decided they were going to do it, and this was not any mistake or electrical fault. We ruled that out. In fact, when you look under the first conclusion, under the first page of the conclusion, it tells you that the investigation is closed for international referral. You cannot refer this. Let me say the particular words they said. I'm going to the report to read that. The exact words they said.
Keep on trying. I'll pull it up for you. Keep on trying. Read it. Yeah. It's right there.
No, not that one, Stanton. The first one. The one with the referral stuff. The one with the Rescue Alliance, the referral, the first page. All right. Please highlight. There's a footnote. So the footnote says.
What do you want me to do?
The footnote says status. The status of the report, open. Refer to outside agency, close. That you the lawyer. Could you please read that to tell me when that kind of footnote is on a message, what does it mean? And then in the second stage of the report.
So what are you insinuating, that they closed the whole case now?
No. I just read it to you. The status of the case is open. The referral for any international action is closed. And
so how you understand it now?
The way I understand it, and they've made it clear in their language, they didn't say there's a need. They said it may be required that you get forensic to come. They didn't say you need to get forensic. If you find it necessary or you disagree with this report or you want additional information, you may get that, you may need to get that from somewhere else.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. They already told you right here. They say required to further assess motives, main blah blah blah. Right there, they say we need
additional
forensic.
Additional forensic collaboration with
Exactly.
law enforcement may be required. I needed to emphasize the may because you're saying need. There's a difference between may be and need. No. A simple sentence can change the whole outcome of the case. That's what I'm trying to say here. There was an arson based on this report. Human intended actions, deliberate actions to let fire on the property or building is arsenic. So I was trying to debunk the argument from my brother, my good old friend Uncle Jackson, that these people didn't know anything. They just came to eat money.
Well, I don't want us to go back and forth, but why don't you think that what they couldn't use that, what they couldn't be that right? And I think Dualu skipped this, so I wanted to ask him why they couldn't say, listen, that was awesome, and it was, and based on the fact that this led us to this conclusion.
They stated that directly.
In investigation, they cannot do that. They will gather the facts and present it to
I speaking of Paul Kennedy.
So who they gather the fact for? So the gather never stayed in a different spot when they got there.
It's the same thing that the judge
at
the Supreme Court. If you got the Supreme Court, they didn't tell you the majority black were wrong or they were right. But what they gave you at the Supreme Court, they listed actions that were incongruent with the laws. And they told you, based on this action, we think the people were acting outside the law. Now, we're not here to get into any political issue to say they are wrong or right. It's the same thing these investigators did. They did all the investigation, they ruled out fire by electricity. They said they're not electrical fault. Then they implied that there were igniting elements that were used. Something was used to cut the fire to ablaze. Then they say it was done by human action. If you are a learned person, you will not conclude that somebody burned the building down.
Okay,
tell you that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. And this is what makes the spoon talk. We're going to go to Honorable Akaris Mosey Gray, and our brother from Dada Patrick will take us home. Honorable Gray.
Let me go into a line in the report. It said, we located 8 1-gallon containers, which were not observed in the building less than 24 hours prior during a legislative meeting. I want you to listen to that very well. Let me repeat. We located 8 1-gallon containers, which were not observed in the building less than 24 hours prior during a legislative meeting. How did they get to know that? Gentlemen, let's face the decks of wisdom. We're not stupid people here, man. Everybody here went to school. Forget about school. You have common sense, wisdom. You say you saw gallon there with about 8 gallon container. 1 gallon get 8 gallon. One container get 8 gallon in there. You met it there. But you telling us you were not in the country yet. It was not noticed 24 hours prior to the legislative meeting. It wasn't noticed. That means they spoke to people. That means they listened to gossip from the government side. One side. Maybe they call the majority black who are using the place. They say, but on Kenya, we didn't see it yet. That jeopardizes the investigation itself. It doesn't make it independent. I want you to keep reading through the stuff. It shows that they spoke to people. I don't want to use certain word that other people use on medical data yesterday. I don't really want to use it. I don't want to say this or pure BMSP to justify the 30,000 United States. I don't want to say that tonight. But gentlemen, let's be realistic. The site has been contaminated. Journalists, everybody been going out, been to and fro. The police not there again, they will do that too. Is it possible the police people who said an arson attack, they took 1 gallon there and put it there before the people came? The area was not secure with the crime scene. Everyone here knows about that. The police is yet to speak as to whether they have police officers assigned on the day of the burning, that night to the morning hours. In that report, they even talk about people busting a window, like people broke through. Readers, like people broke through the building into the joint assembly. Where were the security for the Capitol building? You all got to read the report good. Where were the police officers, the PSU that assigned there, and people just broke into that joint assembly because they say it in the report. Oh, yes. Paul, you on record here. You said the report wasn't concluded. Initially, Gamuda tried to buttress you. Then I said, no, the report is concluded by the people. But guess what? The people said something in our report. They have doubt that what they said that there could be further forensic. They have doubt. They said there may be. If totally they had no doubt, they won't say there may be. They spoke about the issue of the motive, the means. It has to be established. You need to be forensic people, there may be. At that English here, Paul, whether you went to Harvard, whether you went to Harvard, whether you went to LU, where you went, which school you graduated from, the thing clear, the people are doubtful about their own report. Paul, you're speaking to people who, yeah, you're speaking to people who also understand the little elementary mechanism of grammar. Grammar. Paul, look, gentlemen, let us not joke here. Someone on the show say, they're not one of beautiful females. They say people like my man, Dualuba. I'm telling you now to bring government spokesperson who asked today, look at the question what the government spokesperson are. Who the individuals went on OKFM? He said, where they came from.
We got to close this show.
The government spokesperson asking, why are they here? Where they came from? One journalist asking about the people today on OKFM. That quotation, Dualu, we cannot endanger the life of people. You got people being bars. They claim being tortured. You carrying all the lawmakers that you chose to us illegally under the laws of the Republic of Liberia. You're not even condemning that. You're supporting Rachel Kuhn. Whether the Rachel Kuhn people from the majority black that don't continue in a place for the people to kind of investigate it, or they're capable of doing that. How can an investigator come to the country and say, well, it was in their pride to the state in UAE? Where you coming from? You go? Eh? That the thing you want to tell me? I'm going to go
Let me say this real quick. Thank you very much, Honorable Great. Thank you.
The investigation, the people who investigated to our
Great, thank you very much. The Honorable Congressman said, Great, we got to announce that tomorrow. Honorable Great, we got to announce that tomorrow for that Kofa will be at the Liberia National Police. If they do not postpone, he should be there. And we can also announce, because I'm going to reserve Brother Patrick take us home. This is something I like to bring to the attention here. And guys, please read through. You guys are educated. Gregor Kumar and the fire chiefs are awesome. The 75 years combined expert fire guy said it's incendiary. Why they didn't use the Austin? Did anybody see Austin on the document? I asked the question, but the man Paul and God said yes, they said it. Why these guys? Why they were not so direct in using the word Austin? There must be a reason, and I'd like to draw your attention to it. When someone is charged with Austin, and when someone they want to charge you and say you did this intentionally, the degree and level in the code of law is different. And I hope Governor Clinton and some lawyer can come back. The intentional mindset. So I would say that the investigator went for the jugular vein, while Gregory Coleman was on a compromised position to say Austin. And these guys use, Uncle Sam, you'll come back tomorrow and you'll help us understand better. They use fire jargons in their reports. So if you're not a fire expert, I get people texting me and say, Stanton, these guys are going for the kill yet. That if anybody is found guilty, right, there will be a higher penalty, a much more very, very high penalty, yeah. to tell you that, listen, instead of all keeping you in jail for 5 years, maybe you'll go for the maximum 25 years. And that's why they use the word intentional. That's why they use the word incendiary, because they want to say that this thing was done by somebody, and therefore it required this maximum time. So please, guys, you guys that know how to read and you know these different jargons, we invite you on the show tomorrow. The fire safety laws and regulation, the public education, the community awareness program can only help if you understand certain words that you guys use in the report. They should have gone with Awesome, but now they left that with Gregory Coleman, the fire chief, and it went to the next level. So we should be very mindful. But I'm so pleased that at least I will go to bed safe tonight that we revealed the report, because it was only good is on this front page. The rest of the report will be uploaded. And then we'll wait for the government to come up with the findings tomorrow on this report. The executive marshal received the report today, and the president was briefed before the gentleman, before they leave. They left already. Prior to them going to the airport, they met Mr. President at the executive mansion. Again, that's where it is, folks. Welcome to Spoon. We do not have any secret yet. We're begging you, please. If it's Liberia issue, we'll discuss it. But if you get another family in Liberia and you get another family in America, we'll not discuss it. And I say hi to my brother Paul Kennedy. Vendetta?
Yeah, see, I think one person that questioned the initial position of the Liberian National Police, and we opted that we wanted an independent body. And my position was clear. The police were at the Capitol building when fire engulfed the rotunda and burned certain part of the building. So the same police and the fire service chief investigated the matter. I felt that we needed an independent body. So the coming into the country of these fire experts, in my mind, is a step in a good direction. However, just from reading the report, I think some of the things they wrote there is inconclusive. For example, in investigation of this matter, from what I know, witness statements, they are very, very essential. And I did not see that reflected. Okay, there is a portion there that they rule out electrical shock, but they believe that a liquid was used, and based on human action that might have inflamed the fire to blow, in different directions. My question is, it was more than a week or maybe a month. What instrument did they use to determine that a liquid was used? When this matter surfaces in a court of competent jurisdiction, these are issues that will be raised by the defense team protecting those that will be indicted. What instrument did you use?
Just talk. Fandara.
Mama, you don't teach me how to talk. I'm talking.
Fandara,
and after I conclude
you know what I want to say.
Okay, I understand. I can understand.
I'm not teaching you.
Honorable Gray, let him finish. Honorable Gray, let him finish.
Okay. I understand the code. Honorable Gray, I understand the code. Okay. I rest my case. I rest the case.
No, I'm not teaching you. No, you struck a point from that I wanted to tap on. The guy was on closing argument. You struck a point.
Honorable Gray, we beg you. Honorable Gray, we beg you. Let Vendetta finish.
That the liquid may have evaporated, so to establish it will become almost impossible. He said that.
Okay, so, but Vendetta Patrick, please continue.
As I close, for me, I applaud the police for making an effort to bring third party into the country. Whether their intervention is in line with what we want or not, at least they made an effort. For me as an individual, I felt the police was on the scene when the building got a fire. No police officer was questioned. Members of the majority bloc were not invited. Only one group of people were invited. So coming into the country by these fire experts to give their independent opinion, we now have two opinions, the one from the police, the one from the fire expert. Now I can rely that when this matter goes to court, we have a reason to watch the judicial system as to which direction they will go. So for me, I want to rest on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We want to end the show on this note. Listen, come back tomorrow. We got a lot to discuss. We got a lot to say. Again, the report, the entire report will be on this front page, man. I want to appreciate Dr. Richardson, my sister Glendy, Mr. Duado, Paul Kennedy, Uncle Sam, Asido, on the Bakaris, Mostly Great.
Can I give you a point of information quick? I beg you.
Real quick, when I finish with this one, I want to appreciate
incendiary and arson are two different things, totally. And I'm going to put in the chat room. And that's the reason why they did not use arson. I'm going to put
and I want to appreciate, thank you very much, Uncle Sam. I want to appreciate every one of you that joined us today. Hundreds of thousands of you, we say thank you. Again, let's go back to track. Tomorrow we'll be having a wonderful show. We got a lot to discuss about. Join us, please. Till we meet again. May God be with you. May God keep you. And let's say it's so good to have you back.
Good night. Good night to all of you. I gotta go eat my get ready.
Go ahead, Paul Kennedy, Gregory Kuma, friend. Bye.
Don't you my friend.
Look at that baby.
You my friend. I can't grade my friend. So
you like get something on it, John.
Mama was speaking to baby about.
Yeah,
have a good night. Paul Kennedy, have a good night. Thank you very much. On about Carlos
Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not cutting you up, brother. We gotta go now.
My man.
Well, I become your man.
On the show. Okay, my friend. They come in
let me say this to you, right? And thank God, Uncle Sam. Yeah, and I gotta go. But to me, you know what made me to even post a report is because we get a lot of documents coming to the Spoon Network, right?
Sure.
And I think it was only necessary to let the Liberian people know that after the hard work of these three gentlemen, that the report be released. Now, this government gonna drag, and people are going through court. They are going through frustration, and they think about burning the Capitol building. We'll wait for a certain time. We will try to change this. I don't want anybody changing that report. Let's just put it out as it is. And, you know, so listen. I woke up this morning. I saw the report in my inbox. I don't ask questions who sent it to me. And I said, okay, we'll discuss it. Listen, it is what it is. May God save our state. There's a new down in Liberia when it comes to the media outlet in the country. We have some true independent media, and we have some media that will not reveal these things. But I think in the interest of transparency and good governance, that the media who stand as the full estate, right? The full branch should be able to discuss this thing holistically. And I think to all of you that follow us, if you want the report, it will be on the Spoon website now. The Liberia National Police will share the report also. So you can do the comparison. That's the same report they will share with you. And we hope that they can come out and take question. Like I said, my prayers and thought go to Gregory Coleman. The morning I reached out to my sources in Liberia, and I was told when we were asking about the report that where is the report? And my sources told me that Gregory Coleman been off the office all day. He wasn't in the office, and when we found out he was sick, we wish Gregory Coleman well. I am not going to discuss the kind of sickness. I don't know, but I want to say, please pick up the phone and call Gregory and wish him well. I think this job is hard. I think this job is heavy. I think this job is more frustrating. The pressure is high internationally and locally. And I think that everybody should pray for Gregory. He's a young 45 years old man, and I think he deserves to rest. Say better 20 if you ever pull it down. And that's my final thought on this one.
I will call him tomorrow, man. I wish him speedy recovery. With all my disagreement with him, you know, I really want to wish him speedy recovery, man.
Listen, it is why it is. May God save our state and may God bless you.
I said, boss man, hello. I can't want to ask my brother out tomorrow again.
I agree. What happened with Princeton? 40,000 LD that he
my man, big you hanging out, G's.
Yeah, said Prince are trying to bribe them and give them 40,000 LD. Well, we're Prince. We're discussing tomorrow. We'll play the video. Nelson, happy birthday, Nelson. You got 15 minutes to catch up, and I want to say to you,
Yes, sir.
don't forget, Nelson. Keep what you need to keep for the peoples. And I'm speaking in code, Nelson.
We will handle that one behind the scene.
My man, don't get the ball and our crew man the ball can talk. My man, I don't kind of man moth to do on the show. I said no, I'll put fire in it so they make it say something.
Well, no, but I was going to share the report. I couldn't.
No, but it's good.
But ask your cousin Safua made great.
Why you asking what Safua for? I'm my cousin. Everybody know that my cousin.
Bye, man. See you later.
But man, it was good to break the news because the other papers will publish it tomorrow. Believe me.
No, it is what it is, and we have to do what we have to do as an independent network.
Yeah, but the beginning, I said if I win, my man, I want to say something, but I will say to everyone. Soon say something very important on this show here. Very important.
Let's say tomorrow.
Yeah, very
and
important.
We didn't touch the House of Representative issue.
People
you know very well
use,
that
no, not that.
they are rejecting
use
Richard
this show here to protect their friends.
All right, Honorable Gray.
Yeah.
We'll see you and have a good night.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Great at troublemaker. Nelson, thank you very much, my dear friend and brother, my in-law. Thank you a lot. I appreciate you. Don't forget, Funati will be heading to the Labrador National Police tomorrow if they do not cancel. And I know you guys will bring us live and you'll bring us up to speed. We got so many announcements, so many stuff we got to do to help this government that we will do it right. Joseph Nimabwaka require all of the help, and he needs all of the help that we can offer him. Till we meet again, folks, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God save our state. Have a good night. Look, I said don't stay in the bar, don't bring your own dancing. I make a problem. You can lie to win election, you can lie to government. Let you stay in the bar.
Well, folks, we appreciate all of you for being on tonight. It's been a great show. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to the many of you who just played the listening role, listening across our social media handles, listening across Radio Land on the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. Fabric Radio 101.1. We appreciate our partner radio stations across Liberia as well for relaying this edition of the program. Many thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Train Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seklepi, Niba County, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi, and a host of other radio stations across the country for relaying this edition of the program. Thanks to the thousands of you who troop in every night to watch the show from across our different social media handles on the Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate you. Black Michael Sirleaf, thank you for being on tonight. Peter Koyan, we appreciate you as well. Jatu Gray, thank you for being on. Rutland E. and Shilu, we appreciate it. Telvin Pin, thank you as well for being on tonight. We appreciate all of your contributions, your inputs. Mr. Bala, Philip Bala, thanks for being on tonight. Samuel Hollywood, we appreciate your contribution tonight. Across social media, across YouTube, Emmanuel Saki, we appreciate you as well for being on tonight. Yes, we want to say thank you to the many of you who always share the program. We appreciate you a whole lot. Thanks for always sharing the show. Thanks for always sharing your thoughts in the comment section. Mr. Kazan, Bill Kazan, we appreciate you. Emin Kiazulu, thank you as well for being on. Dawda Daniels, watching via YouTube. We appreciate you for being on tonight as well. Till we come your way, we want to say have a good night. Of course, coming up shortly, So I want to say thanks a lot to all of you. Josh Fokpa, Vin Rod, Dauda Daniels, Michael Cole. Thank you to everyone for following the program. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. As you know, this is where you get the news. This is where you get the information. We come back tomorrow with another great edition of the program. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night, and let's hope we can meet shortly on the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night, and bye bye for now.
The CEO stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the South Bend. To get your information.